Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, fellow pharmacy enthusiasts, a lovely good morning to all of you. Let's face the fact, not everyone has been able to have access to quality pharmacy services. And so this makes universal health coverage sound more like universal head scratching. But that is why we all are gathered here today to unlock the true potential so that each and every one of us can contribute our quota to the achievement of the Sustainable Developmental Goals. I welcome all of you to the 2024 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference, and I signal the beginning of this program. The theme for this year, Specialist Pharmacy Service Delivery for the Attainment of Universal Health Coverage towards the Sustainable Development Goals. This year's theme is both timely and crucial as we strive to ensure that everyone has access to the essential health services they need, the role of specialized pharmacy services becomes ever more significant. By enhancing our expertise and leveraging advanced pharmacy practices, we can make substantial contributions to achieving universal health coverage. This aligns seamlessly with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 3, which focuses on good health and well-being for all. Throughout this conference, we will explore innovative strategies and best practices in specialist pharmacy service delivery, aiming to pave the way towards a healthier future for all. This year, the total number of fellowship inductees, there are 8, and from the Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy with specialties in pediatric oncology pharmacy, cardiology pharmacy, endocrinology pharmacy, infectious disease pharmacy, and hematology pharmacy. The total number of membership inductees, 84 pharmacists, are being inducted as members of the college today from the clinical pharmacy, quality assurance, social and administrative pharmacy, and public health pharmacy faculties. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be your humble MC for today. My name is Philip Mensah.
And I am Farm Petronella Redu. Odeneho Kwafu Akoto III, the chairman of the Governing Council, members of the Governing Council, president of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, members of the academic board, the thematic speaker, distinguished fellows and members, fellow graduates, invited guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. To begin our ceremony, we will start with an opening prayer. I am pleased to invite Farm Reverend Jonathan Mate to lead us in the prayer. Dr. Mate, if you could kindly do us the honors. Please, a round of applause for him.
Can I ask we show reverence to God by standing as I pray? Our Father, we thank you for another year, another AGM. Thank you for keeping us since the last AGM, even to today. Last year, we trusted you to see us through, and you did it. That's why this year, we're calling on you again to grace this 2-day AGM with your presence. And this time around again, Lord, we trust in you to give us good success. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Farm Reverend Jonathan Mate. Please, another round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the chairman and esteemed members of the High Table for this year's annual general meeting and scientific conference. First, please join me in welcoming the rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Yes, please. Thank you. Seated next to our rector is the president of the college, Farm Dr. Joseph Kojo Insia Nwagbe. Please, a round of applause for him. Seated next to the president is the chairman of the governing council of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, His Royal Majesty Okoe-Boye Odeneho Kwafu Akoto III. Please, a round of applause for him. And seated next to him is our thematic speaker, Farm Francis Abuaji Nyame. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for that.
His Royal Majesty Okoe-Boye Odeneho Kwafu Akoto III, in private life known as Bernard Abuaji Oruedu, is the king of Ekwemuman, the Ekwemu state, one of the oldest Akan states in Ghana, West Africa. He is a highly respected visionary, dynamic leader, and avid pursuer of the welfare of his people through his staunch advocacy for better education, targeted tourism, and development of entrepreneurship skills. His Odeneho Kwafo Akoto III Foundation is a lifeline for many brilliant but needy young people, funding and producing graduates not only from Okoe-Boye but across Ghana. Professionally, he is a health service administrator, graduating from the University of Central Florida with a Bachelor of Science in Health Service Administration and later with an EMBA Project Management from the University of Ghana Business School. Odeneho Kwafo Akoto is also the chairman of Bavako Investment Company Limited, through which he established Bavako Farms to provide training and employment opportunities for the youth of his community and to support government's agenda to increase the nation's GDP by reducing importation of farm produce, including poultry and related products. Odeneho Kwafo Akoto III is the chairman of the governing council of the Ghana College of Pharmacists from 2017 to date. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the chairman for this awesome event.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you care to know, I am not Odeneho Kwafo Akoto III. So reserve the applause for the appropriate time. Now we gathered here this morning to celebrate professionals who take care of our health with so much affection and dedication. Pharmacists are stars who, for our pain, offer a little light in medicine capsules and help us to regain the glow of hope. With empathy and dedication, you provide quality guidance and comfort. Your human care and empathy gives us strength and hope to patients during treatment. Personally, I call pharmacists angels dressed in white but do not have wings, but protect our lives with great care and dedication. We appreciate your beautiful work. Menang kasane kakra sansen pain se impoto ye poto kra se bimpoto fua ne poto. Kang na wiase inu ni eduse no se etri di yare ene odasani ridi esia na anke yesuruwisa na anke yakekedru na anke hwentia na anke ye prekese na ye nananom de dudu na ode amaye ne anom na se we nyina mu na entintama se bi na ye wo bere ma bia nananom manim na wo frɛ ne bentua se wura wo ba bia wo be unse se bi mpreduasa ye tonkrandoko na ye jeshito na ni nyina mu na se esene esi enhia na ejawjaw na nne modi aba bedu ne edu ya na na se ne de ma onyankopon kwa metwedi ampon ofre ne nante we ne dwanfo ja krontochi krojise ampa na ketechi ayeko na ase ayetu nei ne nti enne ubokufie saredin a wo de pharmacist beka ho ehum ni aham ho ne haha apese beka akon odade ekese anase awose otiri pasa ne tiri wan wose apa esubrafo a oyi akokobiri se pharmacist bi ete wo nchen a pre onaka chense onyame onyen adini ye. So if you care to know and you don't understand my language, please call a pharmacist close to you and congratulate him or her. Say congratulations to you. I'm humbled to introduce to you the son of the flame that sparks of trouble. He is called the divine drummer of the mighty one who hails from time immemorial. Who will say upon this day, Tolampoma the drummer, the one whose name befits his fame, the one who is sought before decisions are taken. My Lord, before you advance, first look behind you, for the road seems crooked, very, very crooked. If you have saved me, save your pharmacist too, for it is you who by cunning killed Ashwabeng at Kwabianketia. The fourth bearers claim they did not see you. The back bearers claim they did not meet you. But the middle bearer says, there you go, because if we follow you, we shall exhaust our gunpowder. And Sasa Sekunana, Okromansa Mui, Dadia Womokeshiri. Osaberma brempong a wako anadwo ma ade hye ne nkue guan. Obrempon toto a woto dampanka siasia. Ye de twene kesi je wakurum. Eye wo na obefro dum no dupon safon ton from asase wo so yo. Opumpuni aye boafo. Opumpuni aganya na wasi ni obefro duponte nya na wasi edue. Bribri basaku amofra ne mpanyin te wonka. Wo bo agua no osan bo ho agua. Aye boako nana ejatu a wano na wo new. Osese dua kokose bia wo so gya nhyewa. Akora anka wo no duponte due pe. Ene pharmacist fo ahia wo. Wo se menka ncho se yura. Eya asero kakra na umuna dodo. Omande hia mo nso bi na mimpanyin sisa abena tia otietia nukunu kwatia ni mu asem tietia ho ni ye twetwehwe na ntwe a ye de koda nkwatia hina sabi oso mu twene tietia ye nsore na ye nsi okom hene ode ne ho kwa fakoto the tell ladies and gentlemen. Now you can give the applause to its rightful owner.
Thank you very much. Chairman Asebunsu Shaman. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. I think we are far behind time, so my opening remark is going to be brief. We are still waiting for the Honorable Minister's representative. I hope she joins us soon. The thematic speaker for the day, Farm Francis Abuaji-Nyame, our own rector, Ghana College of Pharmacists, president of the college, members of the governing council, members of the academic board, rectors of sister colleges present, heads of agencies here present, invited guests, fellows, and members of the college, fellowship and membership inductees, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2024 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Today, we gather to deliberate on the theme, Specialist Pharmacy Service Delivery for the Attainment of UHC towards SDGs, and receive reports. Last year, we discussed extensively how resilience can be built into the delivery of pharmaceutical services. I expect that we have all taken steps to build resilience into our various areas of practice. And this year, we will be further equipped to join the nation in our strive towards the attainment of UHC by the year 2030. I believe we had a great time, and I look forward to another great one, if not a greater time this year. The program outline has been curated to enable us to delve into the various issues that affect the practice of pharmacy and how we can continue to improve and contribute to the delivery of quality healthcare within our nation. I implore us all to actively participate in the various sessions and share our insights and contributions to make this conference a success. Let us celebrate all our inductees on the achievement of this great milestone, an important step in the advancement of their professional development. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all once again and declare the conference open. Thank you.
Please, let's do it better for him. Thank you very much, Okoe-Boye Akoto III, for graciously accepting to chair this important occasion and for your inspiring opening remarks. We deeply appreciate your presence and support. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout our program, we will be acknowledging the presence of some of our distinguished guests. I kindly ask these guests to stand briefly for recognition as their names are called. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Ghana, Dr. Daniel Amenindankwa. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll keep acknowledging our guests as and when the ceremony continues. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the welcome address. It is my honor to invite the President of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Pharm Joseph Kojo Nsianyuagbe, to deliver his address. Before he comes to the podium, please let me share a brief citation about him. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, Pharm Joseph Kojo Nsianyuagbe holds a B.Pharm Honors degree from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in 1986 and a Master of Science degree in Pharmaceutical Services and Medicines Control, specializing in drug regulation and control at Bradford University, Bradford, West Yorkshire, UK in 1994. Some of us were just 3 years. The Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, awarded him a Master of Business Administration degree, MBA, in 2004. He also holds certificates in Senior Management Development from GIMPA and several other executive management programs in leadership, strategic thinking, and management. Pharm Nyuagbe, who is the immediate past registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Ghana, is also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, PSGH, a foundation fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, and a fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. Pharm Nyuagbe is the immediate past chairman of the West African Drugs Advisory Committee of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. He is the current president and chairman of the academic board of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. He also served on or chaired several committees of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, PSGH. His other contributions were as a board member for the Pharmacy Council, the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, the Narcotics Control Board, now the Narcotics Control Commission, and the Ghana College of Pharmacists at different times in his public service career. Please join me in welcoming Pharm Joseph Kojo Nsianyuagbe, the president of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, to the stage. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I was being introduced, I was at a loss as if somebody else was being introduced. But I never knew that for this short time in my life, I've been able to accomplish so little. Nana Chair, His Royal Highness Okoe-Boye Akoto III, King of Akwami State, distinguished guest speaker, and Honorable Minister of Health, ably represented by Pharm Dr. Jocelyn Aziz, our distinguished and well-accomplished thematic speaker, pharmacist Kofi Abuadi-Nyami. He said we should drop the Francis, so I'm dropping the Francis for this morning. Actually, we have worked in the trenches as far as pharmacy is concerned. I remember we trekked the whole country training service providers. We also worked together. I was working from Pharmacy Council. He was then the deputy manager for Ghana National Drugs Program. So we've done a lot, and we still continue. Members of the third governing council and my own rector, pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Yvonne Yuenchiriwa Iseku, rectors of other sister colleges here. My president is not here yet. That's president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is not here yet. And my divisional and academic board members, I can see Professor Kwame Boaben, who is my vice. I can see Senior Oscar Bruce. I can see my own sister, Martha Jansalutrot, Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansalutrot. She wears so many hats. I think one of the hats was immediate past director of technical coordination of the Ministry of Health. Now he's a local chapter chairperson of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. And then the divisional head, one of the divisional heads for public and social pharmacy. Professor Kwesi Ohiming, yes, I cannot miss you. And my own friend, pharmacist Hudu Mukhtari, I've seen him quietly sitting there. And not far from him, I've seen Sister Zah and Sister Esther, all distinguished fellows of the college. And of course, my own rector, my own former rector of the college and colleague and everything, pharmacist Bemboche. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends and relations, I deem it an honor and privilege to welcome you this morning to celebrate our new graduates. Today is another occasion. We gather as a big family to induct and accept our newly qualified members and fellows into our midst. Furthermore, we also utilize the opportunity to showcase our scientific research exploit that seek to address pertinent health and pharmaceutical matters that affect our communities, our practice, and of course, the nation at large. The theme, as has been said, is specialist pharmacy service delivery for the attainment of universal health coverage towards the sustainable development goals. This highlights the critical role as providers of advanced pharmacy services play in healthcare. Nana Chair, permit me to highlight the significance for the choice of our theme. SDG, as is shortly called Sustainable Development Goals, seeks to build on the past Millennial Development Goals foundation, focusing on health and well-being of individuals. The SDG accounts for both the wealthy and poor countries, thereby reinforcing the global outlook and accountability, and provide a framework purposely rooted in human rights and indeed also aligned with the international human rights law. The UHC, which we also call the Universal Health Coverage, on the other hand, seeks to centralize multi-sectorial action on health efforts and facilitate close collaboration between the. So the SDG is actually the vehicle that aims to actualize the vision of the UAC. Message 1. Colleagues and candidates, let me remind you first of all about your call to service. The true value of your certificate lies in what you do with your knowledge, skills, and expertise you have acquired. That value can only be quantified and qualified fully with time as you apply your knowledge and expertise in service. Service then should be the watchword to guide you to do your best for humanity. Message number 2. As you serve and strive to achieve, you need not allow yourself to be intimidated by challenges. The challenges will always come, whether in your personal or professional capacities. As Paulo Coelho, the Brazilian novelist, courageously points out clearly in one of his novels, entitled The Devil and Miss Prime. I quote, "When we least expect it, life sets us a challenge to test our courage and willingness to change. At such a moment, there is no point in pretending that nothing has happened or saying that we are not yet ready. The challenge will not wait. Life does not look back. A week is more than enough for us to decide whether or not to accept our destiny." Unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, courage and resilience, not fear, are what we need when things do not go well with us. Develop active problem-solving approach to life and profession. Be tenacious. Do not give up on yourselves. Message 3. And of course, that's the last message. As obvious as it sounds, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. That's a lesson from an acclaimed Notre Dame University professor, Professor Marilyn Miranda. As much as I want to highlight the importance of the expertise you have developed, I also want to make the point that you will face situations in the years ahead where you will have no relevant expertise. You will have no evidence base to rely upon. As we've been saying, all decisions must be evidence based, but there are several times ahead where there will not be any evidence. In those situations, instead, get busy to find another way to solve problems and make it a point to involve others in the solution process. I would like to suggest that you respond with love when invited by a colleague in such situations. Teamwork and collective approach is being emphasized here. Nana Chair, these thoughtful reflections are some ideas I want to share with this gathering, and in particular my colleagues and candidates who are going to be admitted today. In conclusion, let me say these few words, credited to Pinky. When others sit, you must stand. When others stand, you must stand out. When others stand out, you must be outstanding. And when they become outstanding, you must be the standard. Thank you all, and let us make this year's annual general meeting and scientific conference fruitful, productive, and impactful one. God bless us all.
I think we can do it a bit better for him. So, President, I would like to add one last one to what you said. And when we become the standard, they will look up to us. Ladies and gentlemen, the honor is mine to invite the rector of the college, Pharm Dr. Yvonne Irenchua Iseku, who is a pharmacist, a pharmacologist, a lawyer, a management consultant, and an educator. She has experience in leadership, governance, policy, and human resource management. She has been involved in the development of policy and training documents and has led and participated in the drafting and review of constitutions and bylaws for a number of organizations. She has lectured in the areas of pharmacology, toxicology, medical law and ethics, and leadership. Yvonne has played a lead role in the management and implementation of several projects. She has been involved in community engagement and education on use, abuse, and misuse of medicines in general and antimicrobials in particular, and general health and well-being. She has a particular interest in medicine safety. Her strong interpersonal skills have afforded effective communication and building of teamwork among both senior and junior colleagues. Yvonne is the immediate past vice president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. In that role, she led the drive to extend pharmaceutical services in improving public health and served as chair of the disciplinary committee of the society, leading the design and rollout of training sessions for pharmacists in ethics and professionalism. She led the PSGH COVID Fund, which raised funds to support the national COVID-19 effort and distribute much needed personal protective equipment to community pharmacists nationwide and 8 COVID-19 treatment centers in the country. She has served as chair of the Ladies Pharmacists Association of Ghana, where she led the association to develop and implement projects with different partners aimed at ensuring rational and safe use of medicines and improving well-being among beneficiaries. She coordinated and led the launch of LAPAC Against Women Cancers project. She has also been vice chair of the Community Practice Pharmacists Association, where she supported the design and development standard operating procedures for community pharmacies. She was also a member of the training faculty for equipping community pharmacists to develop customized SOPs that met their peculiar purposes. Yvonne has been counselor of the Commonwealth Pharmacists Association, CPA, representing the PSGH during her term as vice president of the society. Yvonne is a member of the FIP Commission on Antimicrobial Resistance, where she contributes to providing expertise and advice on AMR across research, pharmacy practice, and education, delivering AMR-related events, working with collaborators from public and private spheres, advocating for optimized antimicrobial use, AMS and mitigation, AMR, exploring global initiatives in AMR and opportunities for pharmacists, supporting scientific research to generate knowledge and evidence on antimicrobials to rationalize use and minimize resistance. As a member of the Ghana Country Advisory Board of Movement Health, Yvonne contributes actively to meeting the goal to dramatically improve health equity and patient care through innovative thinking and knowledge sharing. Yvonne has published several articles in prominent journals with a wide range of professionals, including pharmacists, engineers, educators, and administrators. She has organized and participated in several local and international conferences. She has made oral and poster presentations at local and international conferences. She has represented Ghana in a number of international meetings, including being a delegate at the World Health Assembly in 2020. She is a fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, fellow of the National Safety Council, Ghana, fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, member of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, editor-in-chief of the Ghana Safety and Health Journal, and individual member of the International Pharmaceutical Federation. She is married with 5 children. And provides family counseling in her spare time. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the ever-smiling Farm Dr. Yvonne Siki.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President, I'm sure. Thank you. Odene Akoto the third, Omahin of Akwemu, and chairman of the Governing Council of Ghana College of Pharmacists. Honorable Bernard Okoe-Boye, our Minister of Health, who is ably represented by the Director of Pharmaceutical Services, Pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Joycelyn Aziz, distinguished past and present members of the Governing Council, Pharmacist Joseph Kojo Insia Nyuagbe, President of the College, distinguished past and present members of the academic board, pharmacist Francis Kofi, our thematic speaker for today, fellows and members of the college, CEOs of agencies here present, and maybe rector of nurses and midwives, College of Nurses and Midwives. And I hope I haven't missed any other rector here, but other representatives of sister colleges. Our venerable preceptors from all our training sites, fellowship and membership inductees, and their family members, our partners in the execution of our mandate, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nana Chair, with your kind permission, may I ask that we rise and observe a minute's silence in honor of our Foundation Council Chair, Pharmacist Kwabena Ohenemenu, and two of our candidates, Pharmacist Prosper Banks and Pharmacist Samuel Amoaten Safo, who passed on to glory since we last met. May their souls and the souls of the dearly departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Welcome to the 2024 edition of the AGM and Scientific Conference of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. When we meet like this each year, we cherish the superb opportunity we have to update you, our dear stakeholders, on what has happened in the past year. These meetings also afford us a fantastic opportunity to share the vision for the next year and beyond with you, and hear from you your valuable inputs to help us sharpen our focus and strengthen our resolve towards effective impact and excellence in the delivery of our mandate. The scientific session also allows us to be apprised of the responsive research being undertaken by our fellows, members, candidates, and other practitioners, all of which have the potential, great potential, to impact policy and practice. This year, being sharply aware of the fast approaching 2030 target for visible progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and taking cognizance of the critical role health plays in all other goals, we are discussing specialist pharmacy service delivery for the attainment of UHC towards the SDGs. As our theme for this year, to lead us in this discussion is a seasoned practitioner. We drop the Francis, Pharmacist Kofi Abuhajinyame. And he will be sharing with us his insights from his experience on this very important subject matter. For the first time last year, we had parallel sessions for our oral presentations. We also had a great display of scientific acumen from our poster presentations. we are repeating those great innovations this year. I will encourage all of us to take time during the breaks and the slots for poster viewing and go through the posters we are presenting to you this year. Each faculty has also put together their report and will be sharing this as well as the vision for the next year with their constituents. We expect that this will lead to fruitful discussions on how specialist pharmacy service delivery will contribute to the attainment of UHC and get us closer to delivering the sustainable development goals. Nana Chair, I'll once again ask that you permit me to share only some highlights on some of the major successes we have chalked over the last year. Details of these successes will be presented during the business session, where we will have in-depth discussions on all our programs and activities, as well as the next steps forward. We have completed all our lectures and assessments for candidates slated for the period under review. We have admitted candidates who met the set criteria into fellowship and membership training programs. We have registered 6 short courses with the Pharmacy Council as providing additional qualifications to practitioners. These courses are medication therapy management. This program is designed to equip practitioners with relevant competencies in supporting patients and clients to make optimal use of all their medications. Non-communicable disease educator program. At the end of this program, practitioners will be able to support community members with NCDs, particularly cardiometabolic conditions and diabetes. Qualified persons involved in the practice of pharmaceuticals, in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals, on completion of this program, candidates will be equipped with the competencies to manage specific lines for the production of pharmaceutical products. Handling of oncology medications. This program is designed to equip practitioners as members of the multidisciplinary team to handle chemotherapy medications effectively while protecting themselves, their patients, and other healthcare providers from harm resulting from uncontrolled exposure. Code of practice for sale of regulated products. On completing this program, participants will meet all the requirements of the Ghana FDA relating to the sale of regulated products. And finally, the Pharmacist Vaccinator Training Program. This program provides the practitioner with the skills and knowledge to provide vaccination services as well as reproductive health services that involve the administration of injectables. And Nana Chair, I'll ask that we say a very big thank you to Pharmacy Council to recognizing these programs as providing additional qualifications for pharmacists. Please, let's put our hands together since the registrar is here. Thank you. We have started the process of accrediting the Accra Psychiatric Hospital as a site for clinical rotations for our specialization programs in psychiatry. To effectively coordinate research at the college, the academic board and governing council have approved the establishment of an institutional review board for the college. During the scientific session this afternoon, we will be inaugurating the institutional review board, which will then be given the mandate to immediately start work. I am also happy to inform you of the establishment of a Center for Policy and Research in Health and Disease Management. This center will lead and coordinate research activities in the college and support the delivery of the mandate of the college with respect to the management of diseases. Our GCP journal has been published regularly, and we have also published a quarterly newsletter which regularly updates stakeholders on the goings-on in the college. Since our last meeting, we have collaborated with the WHO to commemorate the World AMR Awareness Week in November 2023. We have also consistently released statements and conducted webinars to commemorate some World Health Days. We have actively participated in engagements with the ministry and its agencies over the period under review. We have a vibrant website for our fellows, members, and candidates, as well as the general public, to get information that is relevant about the college and scientific developments in the pharmacy space. At the Secretariat, we are continually building the capacity of our staff to enable them contribute to the execution of the mandate. We are collaborating with the College of Health Sciences, KNUST, to provide joint qualifications for candidates, and are starting collaborations with Empower Swiss and the Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Ghana, for similar programs. Nana Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in our effort to achieve sustainable progress in the delivery of our mandate, we have collaborated with like-minded institutions and individuals as we all work towards improving the health of the people of Ghana, the sub-region, and beyond. These partners and collaborators have been very instrumental in getting us where we are today. But time will fail me if I were to mention all these partners and collaborators. But Nana, there are two categories of people I must mention. The first is our preceptors. They deserve our praise. Please put your hands together for our preceptors. Thank you. These professionals are mainly pharmacists, but also include medics, nurses, laboratory scientists, and other members of the healthcare team. They give of themselves continually to ensure that the specialists and other certified practitioners produced by the college are duly equipped with all the necessary competencies to meet international standards. The second category, Nana Chair, is our hardworking staff. Nana, the mettle of this team of officers is a cut above the rest. They are ready to learn and sharpen their skills. They are ready to grow into new roles that are assigned to them and acquire the relevant skills to execute the mandate. They are a team of committed individuals, and it is a great pleasure always to work with them. Please, staff of Ghana College, stand up and let's clap for you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nana Chair, Honorable Minister represented by Director of Pharmaceutical Services, as we rejoice in our successes and celebrate those who have helped us make them possible, we cannot overlook the daunting challenges that stare us in the face as we strive to achieve our mandate. And once again, just a few. We still do not have the full complement of staff that is needed in the execution of the mandate of the college. We stay afloat because our staff are working themselves to the bone. Although this shows commitment on their part, it is not sustainable. We need to find ways to ensure that the college has the requisite human resource to execute its mandate. We need help. Our mandate as a specialist training institution requires that we conduct accreditation visits to institutions that are able to provide the exposure and experience we require our candidates to have during their training. We also have to undertake monitoring visits to existing sites to ensure that the standards of training we expect of our candidates continue to be delivered at the training sites. Currently, however, we have no official vehicle in good shape to support the conduct of accreditation and monitoring visits. You may recall that last year we agreed to take steps to work towards collaboration with the vehicle assembly plants in the country. Unfortunately, these engagements have not yielded positive results as yet, but we still remain hopeful. We have also submitted a request to the ministry in this regard and hope to get a positive response soon. Another big challenge is that our candidates have to fund their training from their own resources unless they get financial support from their institutions, which is not always guaranteed, or some well-intentioned organization. If we are to achieve UHC and meet the targets of the SDGs, it is critical that we as a country recognize the very critical, essential role of pharmacists in the delivery of healthcare. As pharmacists pursue specialist training at the Ghana College of Pharmacists, the institution established by law for this purpose, I believe it is conceivable to expect that they will receive the needed support to undergo the training. It is only when they receive such specialist training that they will be able to provide advanced pharmaceutical services to support the other members of the multidisciplinary health team in the delivery of UHC. I dare say, Nana Chair, Honorable Minister, that if we do not take the training of pharmacists more seriously, we will always be discussing the challenges we have as a nation with rational use of medicines, antimicrobial resistance, medicine safety, substandard and falsified medicines, and availability of quality medicines without making any headway. We need to sit up and make the hard decisions. Nana Chair, with your kind permission, I would now like to turn to our fellowship and membership inductees. Nana, it is with great pride and contentment that I inform this august house today that we are inducting our largest number of membership candidates ever. And also our first cohort of fellows by coursework. It has taken us time to get here, but we are here now. And starting today, I believe we can look forward to having our fellows by coursework being admitted every year during our AGMs or any other gathering called for that purpose. These candidates have successfully completed the rigorous training that is the hallmark of Ghana College of Pharmacists and have finally reached the finish line. Indeed, for our fellowship inductees, and even some of our membership inductees, while undertaking their own training, they have also mentored and supported other pharmacists in their efforts to acquire relevant skills for practice. They have undertaken relevant research in their areas of specialization and have shown themselves to be consultant eligible in their specialties. Please help me congratulate them again. And our membership candidates have submitted themselves to the stringent training requirements of the college and have been assessed as deserving of the qualification they will receive today. The research they undertook was assessed as relevant to the practice and able to guide policy. Some of them will be presenting their work in the oral and poster presentations during this meeting. These candidates for the award of fellowship and membership have also pledged to always remain in good standing with the college in recognition of the various awards they are receiving. When it comes to confer the various awards on them, we will share with you in greater detail what has gone into bringing these pharmacists here to be admitted as fellows and members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for them. Congratulations. Nana Chair, before I conclude, I would like to inform this august house of some developments relating to the Secretariat. We have been informed that our premises have been earmarked for redevelopment. And we have been assured that we will be allocated other premises from which to work before the redevelopment begins. We will keep you updated with progress. Nana Chair, I'll conclude by urging us all to take the opportunity to celebrate and network with one another. Let's be present during all the sessions of this annual meeting, participating fully in everything that is on offer for our professional and scientific growth. Let us rejoice with our new fellows and members. And when all is said and done, may we all do our part to ensure the attainment of UHC and the SDGs through specialist pharmacy service delivery. Once again, welcome to AGM 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's do it better for her. Thank you very much, Madam Rector, for your inspiring and insightful speech. So, as a regulator, what I took from her speech was that for me, I'm interested in the code of practice for the sale of regulated products. So I hope we are all thinking of which short course to pursue to enhance our skills in our diverse fields of practice as members and fellows of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Hannah Akwa, the Rector of the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. Thank you very much, Madam. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Juliet Boateng, the Project Coordinator for the World Child Cancer. Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Hannah Akwa, the Rector of the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives, to share her goodwill message. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nana Chair, may I dwell on the comprehensive protocol that was laid down by the Rector so I can deliver my message. Thank you. Good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Chairman of the Governing Council, Mr. Kwabena Bankwayeboa, who happens to be one of your honorable selves, the president of the college and the management of the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. The College of Pharmacists, like that of the Nurses and Midwives, is 11 years old. We cannot say that now that we are still counting, I see the college promises to be a hub of professional excellence for pharmacists in Ghana and in the sub-region. I wish to, on behalf of the College of Nurses and Midwives, congratulate you on the occasion of your 2024 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference. And I must say that you couldn't have chosen a better theme than specialist pharmacy service delivery for the attainment of UHC towards the SDGs. I say so because the world over health systems are looking to send in healthcare to the very doorstep of all. With Ghana's roadmap towards achieving UHC, more needs to be done to ensure that Ghanaians can access health care services whenever they need it and without any financial barriers. To achieve this, Ghana needs a strengthened health workforce, including pharmacists. And we all know that pharmacists are highly accessible healthcare professionals, considering their availability, their geographic distribution, and location of pharmaceutical enterprises. Consequently, the infusion of a good number of highly qualified specialist pharmacists into the healthcare delivery system is definitely critical to generally improving access to quality care at affordable cost. So while you deliberate on this theme, may I suggest that you take moments to meditate on a collaborative, multidisciplinary approach to pushing this agenda forward. On this note, I'd like to congratulate all the inductees. You've done so well. It's not a small task to go through the membership or fellowship program. Once again, I wish you all the best in the coming days and sessions. Long live the postgraduate health professional colleges. Long live the Ministry of Health, and long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's do it better for her. Thank you very much, Madam. Please, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansa-Lutrod, the former Technical Director for the Technical Coordination Directorate, Ministry of Health. Thank you very much, Madam. So it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansa-Lutrod from the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists to give her goodwill message. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she approaches the podium. Please, let's do it till she gets here. Please, let's continue. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. The chair for the occasion, Odenehu Nana, the existing protocols that has been established. I bring you sincere greetings from the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. And we are here in our numbers. And I also want to establish that the standing executive committee members are also in this meeting. If they are here, please, can you be upstanding as we acknowledge you? Standing executive committee members, thank you very much. We also we have also been here with our membership and our fellows. Fellows of West African Postgraduate College of pharmacists, wherever you are, please be upstanding as we acknowledge you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated kindly. As pharmacists, we stand at the intersection of healthcare delivery, uniquely positioned to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. However, to fully realize our potential in this regard, we must acknowledge the evolving landscape of healthcare and expanding role of the pharmacist therein. The SDGs, as we know, encompass a broad spectrum of health-related objectives, from ensuring access to essential medicines, which is SDG Goal 3.8, to promoting mental health and well-being and addressing non-communicable diseases and combating antimicrobial resistance, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, to effectively address these diverse challenges, pharmacists require specialized training tailored to the specific needs of each area. Therefore, I call upon our esteemed institutions to expand their faculties and curriculum offerings to incorporate subspecialty training in areas like geriatric pharmacy, psychiatric pharmacy, and others. By doing so, we can ensure that pharmacists are equipped with expertise needed to provide comprehensive care across the. At the heart of our discussions lies the concept of universal health coverage. Ghana already has a roadmap, and I believe that the college has made inputs into those roadmaps so that you can identify with the overall arcing issues for the Ghana health sector. However, to truly accelerate progress towards UHC, we must develop subspecialty faculties that will drive the increase in the number of expert pharmacists available for all areas of healthcare. Nana Chair, in closing, I want to urge all of us to seize this moment as an opportunity to catalyze positive change and propel our profession forward in service to humanity. Let us work together tirelessly towards the realization of universal health coverage, ensuring that no one is left behind on the journey towards better health for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Please, let's clap for her. Thank you very much, madam. Some of us look up to you. Thank you very much. Please, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Raymond Tete, a consultant clinical pharmacist at the Okoe-Boye Teaching Hospital. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite our esteemed rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. Please, if he's here, or a representative from the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. Okay, so since he's not around, I would invite the program coordinator from the World Child Cancer to deliver her goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for her. Please, let's keep clapping.
Hi, good morning. Just to mention, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm just Juliet Ikwiamu-Abuatin, Project Coordinator at World Child Cancer. All protocols duly observed. I'll do this on behalf of my country coordinator, Adjoa Pinaman-Boateng Desu, who is caught up in another important engagement, but she would be here. I would like to state that in achievement of universal health coverage, the role of development partners and non-governmental organizations like World Child Cancer cannot be underemphasized. We are an important inclusion, and we believe that our role is as important as every other stakeholder in this fight. We are glad, Rector, President, everyone, to have especially contributed to the training of the inductees, especially those in oncology pharmacy, as an organization that is very much interested in improving treatment and care for childhood cancers in low and middle income countries like Ghana. We are glad to have worked closely with this college in achieving this feat. Thank you so much for your audience.
Thank you very much, Madam. Please, I would like to invite the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana or a representative from PSGH, if they are here. Okay. Then I would also like to invite the Director General of the Ghana Health Service or a representative from the Ghana Health Service to deliver their goodwill message. Please, any representative or the Director General. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, to enrich our events with a touch of cultural heritage and artistry, we have a special treat for you. Please join me in welcoming our talented Atitiro Cultural Troupe as they present a captivating interlude. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. our troop for your captivating performance. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached a pivotal moment in our ceremony, the induction of the Fellows of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. To lead this important induction, I'm honored to invite the President of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Pharm Joseph Kojo Insianyuagbe, for the criteria for fellowship by coursework. Please a round of applause for him.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellows and members, we are the pivotal session of our program today, where we'll present duly qualified candidates for the award of either membership or fellowship. The Specialist Health Training and Plant Medicine Research Act 2011, Act 833, mandates the college, among others, to perform the following functions: to organize and supervise specialist training, promote continuous professional development, and support research in pharmacy and related disciplines. Also, to conduct and organize specialist examination in pharmacy and related disciplines, and award diplomas and certificates on completion of specialist training, and confer professional distinctions. Today, we are here once more to fulfill these objectives and mandate carried through our academic board and then the various divisions and faculties. Nana Chair, on behalf of the academic board, I formally present 8 candidates made up of 3 ladies and 5 gentlemen who are specialized in the following areas: pediatric oncology, infectious disease, hematology, endocrinology, and cardiology. These candidates done their residencies and passed the prescribed examinations in connection with their courses. In addition, they have all successfully completed and submitted their dissertation on their chosen field of research. Having fulfilled all these necessary requirements, according to the established statutes and regulations governing the college, these candidates are therefore eligible and ready to formally be admitted into the fellowship of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Nana Chairman, I therefore have the greatest honor to present them to you to administer the oath and then admit them as fellows of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Thank you. A head just be behind them.
Nana Chair, I, pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Dorcas Okoe-Boye, the chair of the Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy, present. You rise and then remain standing. Pharmacist Roger Kwame Ahiable. Pharmacist Mami Rabna Ansa. Pharmacist Cynthia Nina Wimbedo. These are our pediatric oncology pharmacy residents, fellows. And then we have for infectious disease pharmacy, pharmacist Dr. Elvis Dorina. For hematology pharmacy, pharmacist Samuel Owusu. For endocrinology pharmacy, we have pharmacist Dr. Margarita Odami Entry. And finally, for cardiology pharmacy, pharmacist Stephen J. and pharmacist Frank Kumi. Thank you, Nana.
Thank you. Now, you may say after me. I accept to be a fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I vow to serve humanity and to support the personal ideas and comments and commitments guided by the highest standards of human conduct. I shall support the advancement of knowledge and standards of practice in pharmacy. To the benefit of my present and future colleagues. I shall use all opportunities to develop collaborative practices with all healthcare professionals in my environment. In taking this solemn oath, I commit myself never to act in a manner contrary to vows upheld by those who supported my development as a pharmacist. So help me God. Thank you. All right, so you keep standing. Now is the time to admit you as fellows of the college. Graduates, having taken this oath, I now formally admit you as fellows of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. You now have the privilege of using as your title, Fellow, Ghana College of Pharmacists. This may be shortened to read FJC Pharm. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'll move on to the next one.
Nanache, on behalf of the academic board, I present to you through their faculty heads 77 candidates made up of 24 ladies and 53 gentlemen. I think in the future we'll have to do more on the gender balance. Yes. And these are specialists, candidates who have gone through the rigorous training of the college. They have done their dissertations. They have submitted their work. They went through examinations, both written and oral, and they have been assessed as competent to practice as specialist pharmacists. And so, Nana, I will call them according to the faculties, and we will start with the Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy. And so, faculty head, please, if you can come and present your candidates. Maybe I should just go through the list so that, so clinical pharmacy, public health pharmacy, quality assurance, and social administrative pharmacy in that order. So when clinical pharmacy finishes, then please we follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rector. I present to you the 6th batch candidates, and there are 48 in all. And after which I'll follow with the 7th batch. There are 18 in all. So please be patient with me. Everyone wants to hear his or her name mentioned. Their relatives want to hear their names mentioned. So oncology pharmacy, 6th batch. Farm Amos Ofe Afedzi. Farm Godwin Kofi Renchi. For nephrology pharmacy, Farm Kofi Osei. Farm Dr. Abigail Akoto Ajay. Farm Amiekwa Richardson. Farm Johnson Jackmore Yadam Bill. Farm Constance Caroline Cobalt. Farm Dr. Angela Fiagbe. Farm Dr. Daniel Nyako Amegache. Farm Dr. Bernadette Ahinkra Mafu. Farm Anita Sewa Jobeng. For gastroenterology pharmacy, Farm Dr. Selom Akapo. Farm Cornelius Richmond Ameno. For general surgery, Farm Peter Kwesi Bekwen. Farm Kwejo Otredako. And for infectious disease pharmacy, Farm Anson Boache. Farm Dr. Alfred Poku Obeng. Farm Peter Kwame Akosu. Farm George Nomashi. Farm Moses Kusumba Tege. Farm Fozia Salifu. Ophthalmology pharmacy, Farm James Kweku Richardson. For respiratory pharmacy, Farm Gifty Abigail Koleki Nete. Farm Smith Owusu Ansan. For emergency pharmacy, Farm Dr. Anthony Kwao. For neurology, Farm Roxanne Amoakon. Farm Abubakar Asuru Dima Asuru. Endocrinology, Farm Adam Yakubu Ibrahim. Farm Dr. Harrison Awute. Farm Dr. Irene Echan Edu. Farm Dr. Paul Benissa. And Farm Kingsley Apiakumi. For cardiology pharmacy, we have Farm Dr. Justice Jones. Farm Dr. Ricky Buesia Quentry. Farm David Amwakon. Farm Kwekunimo Boache. Farm Stephen Obodai Abensa. Farm Dr. Seth Asamoah. Farm Michael Asabel. Farm Emmanuel Edu. Farm Dr. Augustina Bafo. Farm Anne Ekua Ejakon. And Pharmacist Teresa Ejapon. These are the 6 batch candidates. Now go on to presentation of the 7th batch candidates. For oncology pharmacy, we have Farm Bridget Selassie Kate, Farm Dakwa Kakra Kwampa, Farm Dr. Richard Anandazi, Farm Dr. Bright Jomeku. For urology, Farm Richard Aison. For emergency, we have Farm Eric Kwekuche. For accident and emergency, Dr. Christian Kwesi Ekwam. For critical care pharmacy, Farm Desmond Osenda Niajete. Farm Dr. Nicholas Kwesi Odami Kumi. For pediatrics, we have Farm Dr. Philippa Selom Aheto. And obstetrics and gynecology pharmacy, we have Farm Edwin Yao Agbeko Mensa. Farm Jennifer Dankwa. For infectious disease pharmacy, we have Farm Kwabnani Makon. Farm Dr. Joseph Tebi Amponsan. For endocrinology pharmacy, we have pharmacist Abna Oja Safo. We have Farm Dr. Henry Bobson Opoku. And for cardiology pharmacy, we have Farm Matthew Windong and pharmacist Frank Osei Ajiman. Nana Chair, I present the following presidents to you. Thank you.
Nana Chair, I, pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansalutrot, the chair for the Faculty of Public Health, Pharmacy, present to you the following 6 batch residents who have fulfilled the requirements to be admitted as the members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Pharmacist Esinam Maufomo Tagboto. Please stand and remain standing. Pharmacist Grace Phyllis Quay. Pharmacist Mick Esinam Jokoto. And pharmacist Dr. Alfred Osei Asibe. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, once said, "Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Go out there and innovate." Thank you, Nana Chair.
Thank you. If medicines and other medical products are not quality assured, then everything we do will be in jeopardy. So I'm glad that in the College of Pharmacists, there is a program in quality assurance. Nana Chair, I, Pharmacist Reverend Jonathan Mate, the Chair of the Faculty of Quality Assurance, present to you the following 6 batch residents who have fulfilled requirements to be admitted as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Pharmacist Kofi Jifa Japata. Wave at me because the crowd is huge. Pharmacist Nadia Ose Ajekum. Pharmacist Agatha Day Owusu Nyamiche. Pharmacist Edward Yamwa. Last but not the least, pharmacist Bensis Bano. Nana Chair, I'm done.
Nana Chair, I, pharmacist Samuel Nkum Tinkran, the chair of the Faculty of Social and Administrative Pharmacy, present to you a 6th batch resident who has fulfilled the requirements to be admitted as a member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. And the name is pharmacist Ehonam Abla Okulu. Nana, please let me add that, like my colleague, Quality Assurance said, we are everything management, everything administration, and then management. Everywhere, every faculty, and for that matter, every division, they need our support. Everything pharmaceutical, everything from management. And I pledge on my honor that we are going to put in a greater effort to ensure that at least we can present 10 next year. Thank you, my lady. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Now I'll administer the oath for you as a member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Accept to be a member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I vow to serve humanity and to support the professional ideas and commitment guided by the highest standard of human conduct. I shall support the advancement of knowledge and standards of practice in pharmacy. To the benefit of my present and future colleagues. I shall use all opportunities to develop collaborative practice with all healthcare professionals in my environment. Held by those who supported my development as a pharmacist. So help me God. Now, you are to be admitted as members of the college. Graduates, having taken this oath, I now formally admit you as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. You now have the privilege of using as your title, member, Ghana College of Pharmacists. This may be shortened to read MJC Pharm. Congratulations. Congratulations again.
Congratulations. And now that you have been admitted, you may turn your tassel. You've already done that. It should be on your left. It should be to the left. Congratulations. Please, let's put our hands together for them.
So let me also administer my congratulations to all of you once more. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me recognize the presence of Farm Thomas Boateng, a PhD, a former president of the PSGH and the CEO of Rock Chemists. You're welcome, sir. I've also been asked to inform each and every one of us that there's a photo booth downstairs on the ground floor, and the pictures are actually free for everyone. So please do feel free and take a lot of pictures. Yes, please, during the break, please, not now. During the break. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor of inviting to the podium Fam Aboagye Nyame, the thematic speaker for today. He is director of the $209 million Medicines Technologies and Pharmaceutical Services Program, MTAPS, a $6.5 USAID funded contract for strengthening pharmaceutical systems in low and middle income countries, LMICS, implemented by a consortium of partners led by Management Sciences for Health, MSH. In this role, he provides strategic vision and leadership and collaborates closely with USAID, country governments, implementing agencies, and partners on pharmaceutical systems strengthening activities to meet the goals of the program. He is also a member of the leadership team of MSH. Kofi Nyame is also the chair of the People That Deliver, PTD, a global initiative that aims to create a competent, supported, and adequately staffed supply chain workforce that is deployed across the public and private sectors within the health system. The initiative convenes its 40 coalition members and partners, all of whom have the same ambition to improve health outcomes, coordinates its network of member organizations by providing technical leadership and encouraging collaboration, and advocates for interventions that improve the demand and supply of qualified health supply chain professionals. Previously, Kofi Nyame was the program director of the UAD-funded Systems for Improved Access to Pharmaceuticals and Services, SIAPS program, and guided the pharmaceutical systems, technical and managerial staff worldwide. A thought leader on pharmaceutical management with over 25 years of experience. He has specialized health and pharmaceutical and supply chain, particular quality assurance, pharmaceutical financing, capacity building, leadership and management positions on the Strengthening Pharmaceutical Systems SPS $1 billion SPS program. During his time with SCMS, he provided support and oversaw project implementation in Botswana, Ethiopia, Namibia, and Tanzania. On the RPM Plus program, he served as the project lead on Namibia's pharmaceutical sector strengthening project under the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Mr. Abuajin has direct knowledge of country challenges. Prior to joining MSH, he spent over 10 years with Ghana's Ministry of Health, serving as a deputy program manager of the Ghana National Drugs Program that sought to promote rational drug use, strengthen quality assurance of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical systems, improve the financing of drugs, and improve systems for procurement, storage, and distribution of drugs. And as head of the MOH procurement unit, where he oversaw the institutionalization of the ministry's procurement and was responsible for managing the procurement of goods, works, and services for the Ghana Ministry of Health. Mr. Abuajin is a pharmacist who holds an MSc in pharmaceutical analysis and
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, those dollars are not in my bank account. I would have gladly shared. Honorable Chair, permit me to stand on the earlier acknowledgements and to say all protocols observed. I think it's made my life very, very easy. It is indeed with great honor and enthusiasm that I stand before you today to deliver this thematic address at our 2024 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ghana College of Pharmacists for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the crucial topic of the role of specialist pharmacy services in achieving UHC and advancing towards the sustainable development goals. I also want to express my gratitude to the numerous folks that have reached out for data, opinion, and insights as I developed this presentation. I would also want to acknowledge the support provided by the USAID-funded MTAPS project that I manage for sponsoring my trip to Ghana and for participating in this AGM. The MTAPS program works to strengthen pharmaceutical systems in low and middle income countries. We currently are working in 19 countries. 6 of them are close. We are scheduled to end the project in March of next year. We work in 5 main domains: pharmaceutical policy, capacity building, human resources, both individual and institutional capacity building, regulatory system strengthening, pharmaceutical information systems, and also financing for pharmaceutical systems, and a cash-off program where we look at the supply chain and medicines used to ensure that patient outcomes are attained. Now, I put this picture here to depict the work that we do. A lot of the times, countries' health systems are burdened with a lot of problems, and that is depicted by the charcoal bags. Most of the time, we come in and we put in these pools to support it. But for as long as we are supporting it with pools, the track is not moving. We want the track to move. So what we do is to try to help countries, not with prodding them with pools, but putting the effort to remove those bags. We also want to encourage countries themselves to start removing those bags so that at the end of the day, we will be able to move the health systems forward and let them have to stay where they are. I've been working in this field for so long, but sometimes you go back to countries that you've worked in and you see the same problems coming up all and again. And if you look at the numbers of monies that we mentioned, it becomes sometimes very disheartening. The theme of this conference, Specialist Pharmacy Service for the Attainment of UHC towards the SDGs, is not only timely, but also critical in the context of our national global health aspirations. As we all know, UHC aims to ensure that all people have access to quality health services without suffering financial hardship. And that is very, very important. We all know what our finances are, but you don't want the pills that we take and the x-rays that we take and the injections that we take to actually push us more into poverty. So pharmacists, particularly specialist pharmacists, play a very pivotal role in this healthcare system in both the public and the private sectors. And it's very important to focus not just on the public sector. A lot of the time, this work that we do, we just look at the public sector systems, but most of healthcare delivery is actually done to the private sector. If you look at Ghana, for example, how many of us actually live in the areas where you can get access to the public systems? And so we need to ensure that our tentacles reach into the private sector that can do all of these things. Our expertise is needed in these areas. And so we need to ensure that the training that we are getting will take us there. But before I proceed, I want to pause and acknowledge an important group of pharmacists who have shaped me in my career all these years. These guys were very kind enough not to bug me with an embarrassing and horrible traumatic experience on my first day on microbiology class, if you recall. It was Brachikoku's class, and he said I should brush my hair and put some microbes on an agar plate. I was so scared that I actually rubbed the agar in my hair. He was shocked and horrified. So were my classmates. But I had to go out and do that. But these, my friends, they didn't give up on me. They supported me through the POSO, the cytochrome P450, the chymographs, and the frogs, and everything else that we had to do in the 7:15 a.m. starts. So thank you, Amma, thank you, Joycelyn, and thank you all for supporting me throughout this process. The Ghana College of Pharmacists actually is a great place to be, and I want to congratulate you all for becoming members, for becoming fellows. Some of us got it easy. We got a letter. We didn't have to burn the night oil. And so we want to congratulate you for the work that we do and for the work that the college does, because to move us into the era where we are taking pharmacy to the next level and pharmacy is actually contributing to these health goals, then yes, we need institutions like this to actually provide the training, provide the specialization that is required for all of us to move forward and contribute our quota for the growth of this country, and to ensure that the training we have received will translate into positive health outcomes for the folks that we deal with. So why are specialist pharmacists important? I always want to start my presentations from here. Let's talk about these 66 Gambian children who were thought to have died because they were given unsafe medicines. Also, there's 68 children in Uzbekistan who similarly died. The pharmaceutical system failed them. Why should these tragedies happen? Why should these unfortunate events happen before we realize that bad medicines are around? You and I know that every day bad medicines are around and bad information comes with it. And as a result of that, these incidents happen. Again, data tells us that nearly 500,000 people are estimated to be killed by counterfeit medicines in sub-Saharan Africa every year. Of these, 267,000 deaths are believed to be linked to falsified and substandard anti-malarial medicines. This is scary. A further 170,000 are linked to substandard antibiotics for severe pneumonia in children. What are we putting our population through? What are we doing? These incidents can be avoided if we strengthen our pharmacy systems. There's a lot more 4.95 million deaths estimated to be associated with bacterial antimicrobial resistance. AMR is out there. It's going to be the biggest thing out there, but we are not paying enough attention to it. We need to wake up. We need to work on these issues, because that is why we are pharmacists. That is why we have received this specialist training. And so we need to proceed and apply this specialist training. I'll give you a second to examine these pictures and think for yourself. Pharmaceuticals, we all know, play a pivotal role in healthcare delivery. Ensuring that these are available, managed, and used appropriately will save lives and save the country billions of cedis. I actually wrote millions of dollars. My editor said, "Why are you saying dollars? Say cedis and change it to B so that the impact will be made." It is true. So the role that we play in ensuring rational use, in ensuring the proper supply chain, in ensuring medicines do not expire are key. Where there are frequent stockouts, where the medicines are expensive, where the information is not available, people will react differently. I took this picture in Mali, and I'm sure you can find them around here. Go into the market and they are selling anything and everything, whether it is branded, whether it is in the regulated market or the unregulated market. We see these things around us, and it is happening. We really want to see pharmacies like this. This is my store. You can look at it. I closed it because I couldn't manage it. But it is important that as pharmacists, we put in place and manage the regulatory systems, the management systems that will allow us to do this. We need proper systems for patient counseling. That will allow us to do this. That will come. So let's come back to where we are here now. UHC and SDGs. We like talking a lot of acronyms. In the pursuit of UHC, specialist pharmacy services are indispensable, and I repeat that. In the pursuit of universal health coverage, specialist pharmacy services are indispensable. They ensure that our patients will receive the right medication at the right dose, at the right time, and for the right duration. This not only optimizes the therapeutic outcomes, but also minimizes the risks of adverse events, the risks of drug interactions, drug-drug interactions, drug-disease interactions. Specialist pharmacies also contribute to cost-effective healthcare by promoting the use of generic medicines and ensuring appropriate utilization of resources. The SDGs, with a focus on health and well-being, recognize the importance of access to quality health care for all. Specialist pharmacy services directly contribute to SDG 3, which aims to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. They also indirectly contribute to other SDGs such as SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 10, reduce inequalities, by improving health outcomes and reducing the financial burden of medical products used to deliver health care in this country. According to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs Statistics Division, there has been some progress on improving global health in recent years. I take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt, but we would accept it that there has been some progress because the needle has moved. If it is not moved significantly, at least there has been some progress. They tell us that about 146 out of 200 countries have already met or are on track to meet the SDG target on under-5 mortality. Effective HIV treatment has been cut, related births by 52% since 2010. However, there's been insufficient progress made in other areas, such as reducing maternal mortality and expanding universal health coverage. Globally, we think approximately 800 women died every day 800 women died every day from pregnancy or childbirth in 2020. And 381 million people were pushed or further pushed into extreme poverty in 2019 due to out-of-pocket payments for health. COVID-19 did not help, and the ongoing crisis have impeded progress towards Goal 3. Childhood vaccinations have experienced the largest decline in 3 decades, and tuberculosis and malaria deaths have increased compared to pre-pandemic levels. Indeed, the world runs the real risk of not attaining these noble gains by 2020 as planned. Now, as noted by the UN Secretary General, unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been. This is for all of us. We all have a role to play. So therein lies the importance of specialist pharmacy service. As pharmacists, we are uniquely positioned to contribute to this goal through our expertise in medication management, patient care, and public health. Ghana, like many other countries, strives to create a healthcare landscape where everyone has access to the quality care they deserve. The path to UHC demands innovation, efficiency, and a focus on targeted interventions. This is where specialist pharmacists come in, moving beyond the dispensing counter and logistics through the power of specialization. For far too long, the perception of pharmacists has been limited to dispensing medications and in managing drug logistics in the medical store. I recall my days at Okoe-Boye, 1 3 times a day, 1 3 times a day, 1 4 times a day. We are gone past that. We are no longer the custodian of drugs. However, specialization unlocks a new era of pharmaceutical care. With the in-depth knowledge in areas like oncology, cardiology, etc., that we heard all of you have attained, you can optimize medication management by ensuring that our patients do what they have to do, get what they have to get, provide the information to prescribers and other dispensers. We're going to bridge the information gap by empowering patients through medication education, promoting adherence and self-care. You reduce hospital readmissions by proactively managing chronic conditions. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. I'm told Ghana has made some progress in achieving universal health coverage by 2030. However, with only 6 years remaining and our coverage index standing around 50%, there are indeed significant hurdles ahead for us to surmount. At the 2023 annual review meeting, the Eastern Region Health Directorate, some of these key health indicators like hospital admission rates, antenatal care visits, malaria testing, family planning, and breastfeeding rates have shown some improvement. So we need to really congratulate ourselves that we are doing a good job in this area. We need to make more efforts to expand coverage and improve access to essential health services under the National Health Insurance Scheme, which currently has an active coverage that we really are not happy with. So we need to help. I'm told that the Community Pharmacists Association has a plan to increase the number of pharmacies providing services under the NHIA to patients from 140 to 1,000. We'll be monitoring that. 140 pharmacies is really, really small. I can understand why, but we need to do our best to increase it to that 1,000 as a target. This indeed is a major contribution. Ghana has developed a UHC roadmap, and we've aligned our strategies and interventions to achieve this. So yes, we are on the path to doing this. So let's talk about the pharmaceutical system in Ghana. Indeed, the Ghana system is largely seen as very good compared to a lot of low and middle income countries. My work takes me to a lot of African countries. And when I see what they are doing now, that we did several years ago, it does give credence to the fact that we are ahead. Our brothers and sisters from Ethiopia are always coming to Ghana to come and learn from us. A lot of people come here and want to see what we've done and how we are doing it. When they hear that we are from Ghana, everybody wants to interview you. So we've done a good job. So we need to build on that. Our system encompasses a lot of agencies, including regulatory bodies, educational institutions, public and private healthcare facilities, community pharmacies, over-the-counter medicine sellers. I don't think I had all the logos in here. But this we are working. Now, successive public sector reforms has introduced some of these things, changed some of them, changed the mandates of these. But we've done a great job. We have a good FDA, we have a good pharmacy council, we have the Ghana Standards Authority, we have HEFRA, etc. And these entities have been hailed. For example, Ghana FDA is one of four. I think we just had Zimbabwe join the level 3 a couple of weeks ago. But Ghana attained level 3 I think they will get there. So we've done a great job. Open issues that we need to take care of. All the required standard operating procedures. We do a great job with that. We have a national medicines policy that has been promulgated and works. And I recall during my days in GNDP, we used to print these things and go around and train a lot of people. So we started a long time ago. However, we need to look at what needs to be done to ensure that all these agencies play well in the sandbox. I talked to a lot of people before getting here. And according to one respondent, and I quote, "Strong governance and leadership structures are in place to oversee pharmacy services and make informed decisions. There is, however, a lot more to be done in the use of these structures for effective supervision. Key among them is commitment and consistency on the part of leadership," unquote. Again, another respondent said, and I quote, "Early MOH reforms and creation of the Ghana National Drugs Program was one of the best things that happened to the pharmaceutical sector. However, we lost the plot on governance," unquote. These reviews reflect the fact that there are structures in place. However, more effort is needed to fully realize the potential of the reforms and why the reforms were done. Fun fact, yes, I was indeed very excited when I heard that GNDP was one of the best things that happened to Ghana. Why? Because I was there. I was the first deputy program director with Divine for GNDP. So when I come back after 25 years and I'm told that the institution that you built is still working, I can be proud. So clearly, the regulatory and governance environment seems to have been set and is in place. So it's important that we use these to get to where we want to go. From the responses that I gathered, the most notable ones that are not really working for us is an apparent duplication of functions, ineffective collaboration and coordination, and information dissemination. The following quote from a respondent sums it all, and I quote, "Following the public sector reforms, several institutions and agencies have been mandated to play roles in the delivery and management of various aspects of pharmaceutical services in Ghana. The creation of these agencies by various legislations with different mandate and relate with a common purpose and vision. There is sometimes duplication of roles and responsibilities among the agencies, such as between the pharmacy unit at the MOH and the Ghana Health Service, Pharmacy Council and HEFRA, Ghana Standards Authority and the Food and Drugs Authority, the universities and the Ghana College. This serves as a potential source of misunderstanding and conflict. Thus, there is weak coordination of the organizational structure for pharmaceutical service in both the public and private sectors in Ghana, unquote. Another respondent noted, quote, some work well together, but I think most of them do the same thing, leading to some rivalry, unquote. It was, however, noted that there was very, very good collaboration between FDA and GRA, and an MOU existed between the Pharmacy Council and HEFRA. Quote, collaboration between GSA and FDA has been great, with fantastic results on patient safety and strategies for public health impact. Not sure the same can be said about PC, MOH Pharmacy Unit, NHIA, among others. In terms of SDG development, excellent collaboration between pharmacists on WHO, NHIA, FDA, and MOH has been great, unquote. This leaves one to wonder if the current cordial relationships that we see among some institutions are structural and institutional or based on the interpersonal relationships of the incumbents. For the avoidance of doubts and potential future disruptions, it is recommended that a comprehensive review of the boundary issues be conducted and the appropriate legislative and/or regulatory measures enacted to remove any ambiguities and inconsistencies and clarify overlap and responsibility structures in the pharmaceutical sector. How about education and training? If your school is not here, don't blame me. Several universities in Ghana offer pharmacy programs producing qualified pharmacists. And I'm told that a lot of folks from West Africa actually want to study in Ghana, which is a good thing because we are doing a great job. In addition, there are several institutions that have been accredited by the Pharmacy Council to train technicians and medicines counter assistants to build on the workforce needed. And of course, our college and the West African Producer College also offer opportunities for specialist training. Membership and fellowship programs offered by these colleges has led to graduates who have been certified and recognized as specialists, senior specialists, and consultants with improved remuneration in the health system. What is needed now is to use the competencies acquired to impact practice, policies, societies, and health outcomes. Because we are talking about specialist pharmacy services, and we are talking about you who have received the training. So what next? A respondent noted that, and I quote, what is not good is that people go through all these programs, and unfortunately, in some instances, there is nothing to show regarding benefits or impact to the system, society, etc. Some just acquire certificates, titles, etc., and do not put into practice at all, unquote. Is this familiar to somebody? We need to change this perception or reality and remove the obstacles that mitigate against being able to apply the new knowledge. For example, and I quote, in some instances, appropriate practice, and that becomes a disinfective, and unquote. I recall a personal experience when I returned back to Okoe-Boye after obtaining a master's in pharmaceutical analysis and quality control from the UK, thinking that now I had a master's, and so I can do more. The position, the degree was not recognized, the position was not recognized, and I had to go back and do what I used to do. So where is the incentive to spend the time and the money to train? So we don't even have the opportunity to apply the knowledge that we gain. So how can specialist services work if that's going to be the situation? We need to change that. We need to find a way to make sure that as we are impacting on UHC and SDG by studying, by training, there is a way to do it. I know that a lot of things, a lot of change has happened, and now there are specialists, and now there are consultants. But I think that's, we need to do more and ensure that more and more is done. Pharmaceutical care services provided by pharmacists and other cadres is offered both in the public and the private sector. And this comprises of all the hospitals, the polyclinics, the teaching hospitals, and we play a major role in ensuring that these things get done. Let's not forget the major contribution from the private sector, the community pharmacies, of the urban and the rural communities in Ghana. It is important that we recognize all the contributions from all these cadres. The main issue that has been noted with service delivery outlets, however, is that of compliance. Whether it was the community pharmacies complying with the legal provisions of a pharmacist oversight, or OTCMSs stocking and selling medicines that they are not expected to carry. One wonders where they bought them from. The causes of this situation are myriad, and we cannot delve into them in this presentation. However, it is important to note that the regulator does not have the adequate resources now and will not have the resources in the future, near future, to inspect and police our facilities to ensure compliance. So there is a need to rethink the approach to enforcement. That has been the biggest problem. One of the issues that my project was supposed to look at in regulation was enforcement. Trust me, we've not found a way to do that. However, I have a belief that a reliance on inspectors from the council will not solve the problem in the near to mid-time. I believe we cannot rely on inspection anymore. Inspection is a point thing. I come today, maybe you know I'm coming, after that I go, and I may not come back for a year or two. It is like we cannot inspect compliance into pharmacies and OTCMSs. We need to devise new models for supervision. That may include incentives for self-monitoring and compliance, involvement of the community, local government and traditional authorities, and technology. In parallel with the routine spot inspection that is currently practiced, we need to do that. I recall we did some work in Togo where we were supposed to collect data on HIV/AIDS dispensing in the hospitals. The nurses who were managing these facilities could not do it because of workload or because of other things. So we approached the people living with HIV/AIDS community, and lo and behold, they were ready to do all of that. Every day, they will send 2 people into the hospital, and they will capture all the data that we need. So we can think through it. I don't have the solution. There are too many outlets to have a cost-effective inspection program. Kenya has over 45,000 outlets. We'll talk about the Ghana's situation pretty soon. How can you inspect all these outlets routinely? So let's think more. Another area of concern is the circulation of falsified and substandard medicines. Despite all the regulatory efforts, it's still there. Ghana, we are blessed, actually. Ours is much lower. You should go next door to the Francophone countries, and it's terrible. Men will tell you. The disparities and limited access to pharmacists, limited access to pharmacists in both areas is something we need to talk about. The real question is that, can we have a pharmacist in every place? No. So how do we become creative to ensure that the pharmacist service can reach those other areas where a pharmacist cannot be present? I believe that we can be creative. I took some statistics from the Ghana Pharmacy Council yesterday. We have a total of 6,400 registered pharmacists. And boy, only 5,000 are in good standing. You are making my brother's job difficult. Go and pay. We have 5,600 registered pharmacies. We have 25,000, almost 26,000 OTCMSs, 14,000 in good standing. How do you inspect 26 plus 6 in our environment, in our small country? So we all, as pharmacists, as public health people, as specialists, need to find a way to support this. We have good training institutions that is going there. But I looked at this data from WHO and I was not really happy. This is number of pharmacists per 10,000 population. And across the years, they are all below 0.5. So we need to do more work in making sure that we have enough pharmacists to serve our populations. Our regional distribution doesn't look good. So all of us are sitting in Accra. This is no news. But we need to help the regulator to send the services there. So now that we have specialist pharmacists, how are we going to do that? So let's come back to why we are here, the role. So we've discussed the current policy. We've discussed the situation we have in our pharmacy services. So what role do you have as a specialist now? How are you going to change the landscape so that we would attain our UHC and we attain our SDGs? With the help of my good friend Gemini and ChatGPT, I managed to come up with a few things. One, we need to ensure access to and appropriate use of essential medicines and services. And I really want to note here that what we are calling specialist pharmacy services are probably not so new. They are the same services that we have been providing over the years. However, we are placing more emphasis on it now by providing focused and specialized training that is certified. Because all of us were doing medication management, or we are expected to do medication management. All of us were supposed to ensure access to essential medicines. But now we are tasking you because you have been given a certificate. You swore an oath and you've been trained. So we want to see an upward apologize. But as specialists, our role in the development of effective medication management protocols cannot be overstated. We need to reduce medication errors. Now there's data, now there's technology. How are we working with our prescribers, with our other healthcare workers, to ensure that we are part of the management of the patient and the management of the community? We need to provide that information because, as SDG 3 says, good health and well-being, it's our role in there to ensure proper access. We also need to enhance pharmaceutical care and clinical pharmacy. I think clinical pharmacy we've talked a lot about. Now all our schools are providing clinical pharmacists. I remember a long time ago when we started training clinical pharmacists here, there was a huge battle as to why do you need to train all these clinical pharmacists. And it has, and I'm glad that we did not back down, we did that. So we need to do all this. It is important. We need to work in combating antimicrobial resistance. AMR is a big issue. And it's not just in the human sector. We are eating and consuming antibiotics that are coming from our chicken, that are coming from our goats, that are coming from our fish. I was in a hospital in DRC, a children's hospital, and their records in the hospital show that if you dare give any baby a first-line antibiotic, you are killing the baby. because the mothers are consuming a lot of antibiotics from the fish from the river, that by the time the babies come there, they are always resistant to anything and everything. So can you imagine the costs of starting to treat these babies with those higher level antibiotics? AMR is a big issue. As specialist pharmacists, we can play a role. Now, AMRs, the problem with AMR and solving it is not always about prescribing. There's a lot of misuse. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of pushing medicines that are making the chicken fat. We need to talk about these things. Our efforts in preserving antibiotics are crucial because there are no new antibiotics in the pipeline. There are no new antibiotics in the pipeline. We don't want to go to the days before Fleming, the days before penicillin, because it can happen. Antimalarials. Those of us who use chloroquine, it was easy and cheap. Bitter though, yeah, but it was easy and cheap. Now we are using ACTs and they are telling us to do RDTs before ACTs, and they are becoming very expensive and we don't do it, even though we are supposed to. What else? We've seen that artemisinin resistance is developing. What is our role? We need to do that. We need to adopt the multi-sectoral collaborative approach. So wherever you are, public sector, private sector, work with your community. We need to promote health and wellness. Preventive health measures are where we need to be going. If we don't look at those things, we would have a problem. We need to address equity. We need to strengthen health systems. And we need to foster collaboration through research and education. We need these areas. I wanted to talk about specialist areas, but I wouldn't, because I noticed that all of you are either clinical pharmacists, oncology pharmacists, or geriatric pharmacists, or regulatory pharmacists, or supply chain or procurement pharmacists. So let's leave that. I didn't hear mental health pharmacists, though. Only one. You need to do more. I didn't hear compounding pharmacists. When I started with Jyoti, that was what I was doing. I didn't hear clinical trials. I didn't hear pharmacoeconomics and health economics. We need you. Health technology assessments. We need to start looking at some of these things. Okay, so let's move on. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities that we have in order to do this? Now, I just wanted to situate why we are doing this. Now, it's important to notice that specialist healthcare services, pharmacy services cannot happen in a vacuum. They must happen within the existing pharmaceutical system. And the pharmaceutical system, as we know it, is also part of the health system. In a paper that we published a few years ago, we tried to define what pharmaceutical systems are. And that is all the systems that encompasses it. So if you look at it, then everything along this chain here, we now call this the pharmaceutical system pathway or the snake, wherever you want to do it. But from clinical trial all the way to pharmacovigilance, you will need to have some specialist input. And so, yes, we can have specialists along all these things so that we'll be able to have a way of providing the services and the care that we need. We are saying that for a very long time, pharmacists have been seen as bringing products. Pharmacists have been seen as bringing products and medicines and tablets. We need to go beyond that and be seen as part of the environment that does the work that we do. Our nation can better harness the benefits of specialist pharmacy services if we work in the three most important areas of policy and legal framework: governance and management structures, and workforce issues. I've talked a little bit about the policy and regulatory framework when I talked about all the legal institutions that have been established. We have done a great job because we have all of them. But we need to find a way to remove the boundary issues so that they can work better together. We also need to ensure that we look at the governance structures that we have. And by governance structures, I'm thinking about who has the stewardship for pharmaceutical services within the country. Who is responsible for ensuring that the totality of pharmaceutical care is done and is monitored and is reported on. And if one agency is not meeting their targets and goals, they are called to order. Who has that? Is it Pharmacy Council? Is it Food and Drugs Authority? Is it the Ministry of Health? From my research, I really do not see that any one of these entities have that clear mandate. All of them have some aspects of it, but no one has been given that clear mandate to say, you are the one who is going to bail the cats, and you are the one who is going to do this. So I think that we will need to be working on that area. So we need to figure out a way to get into that space. I got involved in all this work about 30 years ago when I was doing my MBA, and the lecturers went on strike as usual. And Commodore Sivo Bimpe was the minister and the chief pharmacist of Mr. Fufi. And he called me and said, you are taking study leave with pay, you are not doing anything. So I ended up visiting almost every hospital and almost every dispensary with a pickup truck with some friends, Morton, Divine, Johnny, to see how the cash and carry was doing. So that is how this started. That was the precursor or the predecessor to the Ghana National Drugs Program. The problems that we realized at that point, some are gone, but some still persist. My dad was a pharmacist, so I've been involved in pharmacy services in both the public and the private sector. Those days we used to do mixtures, if you remember. We were washing those bottles and then going around. And so we've done some of that. So it means that we still have a role to play to do that. I put this case here. I'm skipping ahead. To show a case study that we did in my project to look at how are the governance systems being managed. Because we realize that for the most part, all our chief pharmacist offices, all our directorates of pharmacy go across Africa. They become logistics management units. And all they do is LMIS and procurement and storage and distribution. A focus on national medicines policy, policy implementation plan, policy evaluation, and making and taking care of that stewardship is a bit lost. And so we commissioned this study, and it was led by, we contracted Augustine Akodia to help us to do that. And yes, it was confirmed that there's the focus on supply chain because the donors and technical assistance agencies like myself, we come in and we are focusing on HIV, malaria, and TB. We are not really focusing on everything else, the ARIs and all of that. And so we pushed everybody in that thing. We found that institutional capacity for other administrative things in pharmacy was missing, and that there was no blueprint as to how a pharmacy department must work. And so we have proposed some mandates, and I'll go into that very soon as to how we think we should be managing our pharmacy systems. But before I do that, I want to draw your attention that today we are looking at pharmacy from an institutional perspective. Patients come to the hospital, they go to the dispensary with a prescription and they get their medicines. Patients come to your shop or your pharmacy and they ask you for something or give you a prescription. The youth of today think differently. Now we have Uber, we have Grubhub, we have Yango. We are ordering our food in our rooms and our food is being brought to us. Very soon, in the next few years, we'll be ordering all our medications, and thanks to the Pharmacy Council, we now have the NEPP. NEPP, right? I think right. So we have the basis of utilization of technology. But we need to look at how are we using our specialist pharmacy services to be ready for the pharmacy of the future. There's a study that is being done, the report is about to be published, and we're talking about the supply chains and the pharmacy systems for 2040. Are we ready for 2040? We may think that it is something else, but if you recall, Y2K, those of you who are old enough, you know what Y2K is. It came in and we thought it will happen and it didn't happen and it happened. You know about Polaroid. You know about Kodak. If we are not careful, we will be here and things will overtake us. The pharmacy systems of the future are not the pharmacy systems that we are having now. Our children think differently. We need to examine the needs of the patient. We need to examine why people are going to certain places to obtain their healthcare services. And we need to be responsive to that. I can posit that in a few years' time, 20, 30 years, we will not need any OPD pharmacies within any of our hospitals. We will have to be working with our community pharmacies, with our patients. We need to provide our services closer to our patients. Because I live in America. I don't go to any pharmacy to collect my medicines. It is always mailed to me. We are getting there. We think that the pharmacist is the one who should always provide that and carry the products to us. It's changing. So we need to look at the legislation that will allow us to be able to respond to the needs of the future. Now we are talking about, here we sit here, we are looking at access issues. We have laws on the books that prevents certain cadres of pharmacy workers to give certain medicines out. And yet we want to reduce maternal mortality when most of it is happening in the rural areas. But the OTCMS cannot dispense certain things. There's demographic transition happening. There's epidemiological transition happening. We have a lot of hypertension in the villages, but the OTCMSs cannot dispense those things. Come to specialist pharmacy services. There are laws that will prevent you from providing some of the specialist pharmacy services because those may be in the realm of other cadres or staff. We need to be looking at how to remove some of those boundaries so that we can get these things to work. So yes, patient-centered services are going to be very critical. Understanding where the patients and why the patient needs what they have. Climate change is here. It will impact us. There's migration. There's a lot of things happening. Our youth think differently. And we may think that it's not important, but the way they are demanding other services, it will translate to the way they demand healthcare very, very soon. Emergency services. So we need to look at that. We need to invest in capacity building as we are doing now. Otherwise, we cannot make it. So, let me quickly go through this. So I won't go through that. I'll just go to Ghana meets the recommended guidance in a lot of ways. We had proposed that you need to have a medicines regulatory standalone, like the FDA that we have. You need to have the pharmacy services unit within like the Ministry of Health or the Ghana Health Service or teaching hospital. It doesn't need to be standalone, but it must be high level enough to interact with the authorities. You need to have a supply chain management unit. Same way, it doesn't have to be standalone. But there are a few people who are challenging this model now. Do we really need a supply chain management system within the public sector, or we need to be collaborating more and more with the private sector, not just for warehousing and transport, but also for the actual dispensing of those commodities within that? South Africa has done it, Kenya has done it. There's a lot of down referrals that we can use. We need to have a pharmacy practice like we have in Pharmacy Council, but the overarching recommendation that we made, which in a way for me is not necessarily in line with what we have in Ghana, is having a unit whose primary mandate is to act as the steward of the pharmaceutical system. So if there's any issue about the pharmacy system that is implemented by the Pharmacy Council, the FDA, GH, Standards Authority, HEFRA, what have you, there is one place that is monitoring all of this. The data is there and they can inform everybody about it. We need to have that unit. We propose that that unit should report directly to the ministry, but for in Ghana, we have a different system. Our ministry has a technical directorate, so the director reports within the technical directorate and it goes to the ministry. But I'm not too sure that the actual mandate as written now covers the totality of the stewardship. So we may need to take another look at that and see how best we can get that. This paper is yet to be published. I have to sign off on it so that it can come out and then you can have a look at it. So this is what our unit in the Ghana Ministry of Health looks like now. I like the way it is set up, the policy, regulatory data, and then M&E. You can see how best we can utilize this to oversee pharmaceutical services, not only in the public sector, but in the country. So whether the services is delivered in the private sector or the public sector, like Pharmacy Council has mandates across, we need to ensure that that oversight is provided and the data is managed so that we can track what is happening and what needs to be done. To conclude, I brought back this slide that I discussed in 2017 when I was the thematic speaker at the AGM, the Pharmaceutical Society AGM. There, I propose that we should be moving the pharmacist from being the custodian of drugs to the manager of pharmaceutical care. How do we regulate that? How do we ensure that the OTCMS in that rural area can benefit from the pharmaceutical services oversight from the next door pharmacist? There's a lot of technology. There's telepharmacy. There is all those things that we can use that we can provide that. Majority of our population will not benefit from your specialist services because of the way we are structured. So what should we do as a college? What should we do as a profession, as a ministry, as an agency to ensure that the benefits of specialist pharmacy would actually be felt within the population? We are training people. We are spending money. But some of the structures will not allow us to do that. We need to figure that out. We cannot be happy with the current system that we are doing it here for ourselves. When our mothers, our cousins within the rural areas, yes, they get medicines through these OTCMS, and some of them are getting from their head teacher's office, but they are not getting the pharmacy oversight. We would not get enough pharmacists to be able to do that. But we can collectively think about a way to be able to provide that oversight and that services. It is a challenge. I talked to a couple of guys about what should pharmacists do now? One of them said, tell the pharmacists to leave the supply chain. Tell the pharmacists to leave the central medical store. It's not going to solve the problem. I probably believe a little bit in that, because I believe that, as Jack said, the healthcare system has to find a way to disconnect pharmacists from the delivery of products and connect them to the delivery of services. That is our job. We have to grow and provide those specialized services. As I indicated, those specialized services are core pharmaceutical services. We have enhanced them. We have gotten a certificate about them. We are happy about them. But how do we make sure that the population actually benefits from it? We would need a system somewhere that will monitor the impact of the oncology pharmacists, the impact of the cardiology pharmacists, the impact of the supply chain pharmacists. Now we know the supply chain pharmacists. A lot of pharmacists are in procurement. I used to be there. So we see them, we see what they do. But how are we showing that the oncology pharmacist is actually making a difference? Where's the data? How are we showing that the respiratory infections pharmacist is making a difference? We need to start building that data system now if we are actually going to make an impact on UHC and the SDGs. So I'm leaving you with this slide, which says we must be dedicated, we must be disciplined, and we must differentiate. You've done it already. You've attained the fellowship, the membership. You've started the differentiation. You need to be disciplined by applying your knowledge. Do not go and hang your certificate and say, now I have a degree. Now I can write what were the letters that he said and add to your name, and then that is it. You need to be dedicated to the work. Ghana needs you. The country needs you. It's 6 years to SDG. We are nowhere near. But let's see what you as an individual with your qualification can do and make that difference. It is important that we do that. Then our contribution as specialist pharmacy would make a difference in the lives of ourselves and of our population. Thank you very much for the opportunity. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's give it up for him. Let's make a difference in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly resume your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me again in extending our sincere gratitude to Farm Abuajin Yame for his enlightening thematic speech. Thank you very much, sir. Car registration number GC 917222. Car registration number GC 917222. Kindly attend to your car. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Madam Ajwa Pinamine Boateng Desu, the country coordinator for the World Child Cancer. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our special guest of honor for this occasion, Dr. Joycelyn Aziz, who is representing the Honorable Minister for Health. Madam, kindly give me a few minutes to read a brief citation about you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Joycelyn Aziz is a pharmacist who has worked with the Ghana Ministry of Health. She is still working with the Ghana Ministry of Health in various capacities at the district, regional, and national levels for over 28 years. She is a fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists and a member of the governing board of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. She holds an MBA in finance and is a certified global supply chain manager. She is currently the Director of Pharmacy of the Ghana Ministry of Health and has done extensive work in pharmaceutical health system strengthening as well as supply chain reforms in the Ghana health sector. She has mentored and trained many pharmacists, including myself, thank you, Madam, and supply chain personnel who have worked under her as interns and in other capacities. The implementation of the Ghana Antimicrobial Resistance AMR National Action Plan is currently coordinated by her directorate at the Ghana Ministry of Health Head Office in collaboration with all key stakeholders through a multidisciplinary antimicrobial resistance platform in accordance with the One Health approach. Dr. Joycelyn Aziz is a national facilitator for capacity building trainings for various cadres of staff aimed at improving their knowledge in best practices in the pharmaceutical sector. She offers technical support to various programs in the Ghana health sector, such as the National Malaria HIV/AIDS, and tuberculosis programs. She has also served on many technical working groups in the health sector to produce key policy documents as well as the provision of technical support in the development of program strategic plans, operational plans, and development of oversight systems for monitoring and evaluation. Please join me with a thunderous round of applause in welcoming Dr. Mrs. Joycelyn Aziz to the podium for her speech.
Thank you very much. When your classmate has delivered so well, you are motivated to do the same. Kofi, in fact, I want to add a Francis Kofi Abuajinyami, thank you very much for doing a good job. Nana Chair, please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Before I go on to the speech, I just want to say that I'm doing this on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Honorable Bernard Okoe-Boye. I just realized that he bears the same name with Nana Chair. Yes. Our thematic speaker has actually set me thinking. Like it was rightly said, I've worked all my life in the Ministry of Health. And even as he went through all the things, I kept on asking, what more can we do? And I throw the same thing to you. He's raised a lot of pertinent issues. I know that the chairman will try to summarize all that he said. But I think that together here, we can make a difference. He's raised issues of governance. He's raised issues of stewardship, which I think is key. Just last week, we were at a funeral, and the first rector of the college called me aside, and he said, Joycelyn, I have a thought. Don't you think that we can come? I don't know whether he's here. Dr. Philippanum. He's not here, but he called me aside. Raymond was there. He said, can't you think about something that would help to shape the administration of pharmacy? And I'm talking governance. So I'm not really surprised that Kofi has mentioned it. What this brings to the fore, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that there are issues that we haven't paid attention to. And I hold myself responsible for this in a certain way. I want to beg of Rector that after this, let's find time to brainstorm to see how we can address these issues. Because no matter how hard we work in our corners, if we don't come together to address these issues, our impact will not be felt. He mentioned impact. You've all gone through rigorous processes to be specialists. If your impact is not felt, then you might as well not do anything. So on this note, I'm going to stop talking plenty and do the job that I've been asked to do. Honorable Okoe-Boye would have really loved to be here, but as you all know, issues happen and he had to go. So I'm delivering this speech on his behalf. And he says, I'm very happy to be able to join you for your annual general meeting and scientific conference this year. Your theme for this year, specialist pharmacy service delivery for the attainment of universal health coverage towards the SDGs, really reflects your awareness of the need to accelerate action towards attaining universal health coverage and the Sustainable Development Goals. It also shows your commitment to play your part in that direction, and this is very much appreciated by the Ministry of Health. The Ghana College of Pharmacists has, since its establishment, contributed significantly towards the attainment of universal health coverage through training of specialist pharmacists in all areas of practice. Specialist pharmacists in pharmaceutical care are leading teams and contributing to the management of patients and clients with various disease conditions. Those in public health and social and administrative pharmacy are leading and supporting the development and implementation of policies and programs to secure the health of our nation, be it COVID-19 or antimicrobial resistance. Specialist pharmacists in drug production and quality assurance are developing medicinal products and vaccines to assure the availability of medicines and vaccines through normal times and times when supply chains are disrupted. My understanding is that as demand for specialists change, the college designs new programs and retunes old ones to ensure that the needs of the country are always met. It is also uplifting to note that starting this year, the college is admitting fellows by coursework, and I think we've all attested to that. Nana Chair, I think congratulations are in order for this initiative. I am aware that the college is not only training specialist pharmacists who will become members and fellows of the college. There are also short courses and CPDs, and by that I mean continuous professional development courses, that have been designed to equip pharmacists with various specialist competencies as they contribute to the health of the nation. I will mention two that I find really interesting, particularly within the context of this year's theme. The first is the Pharmacist Vaccinator Program, which has equipped pharmacists with the knowledge and skills to be able to participate more actively in immunization activities. And I pause here to say a big thank you to Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansalutrot for the important role that she played in this very activity. And of course, that of Rector. It wasn't an easy thing, but thank God we were able to do it. Knowing the gaps in vaccination that still exist within our nation, I commend this program as being very well placed to ensure that we leave no one behind when it comes to immunization. I understand that this was developed in collaboration with PATH, and for this, the ministry is grateful. The other program of great interest is the one on handling of oncology medications, and I'm happy that we have pharmacists who are specialized in handling oncology medications. The minister is very excited about this. And he notes that he's further informed that pharmacists from the whole continent are actually expressing interest in this program, which has been developed with support from World Child Cancer and is being rolled out from Kolebu Teaching Hospital, the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. I think another round of applause for our World Child Cancer Program Manager. She's done so well. I recall her passion when she walked to my office. It was like, Madam, I need help. Blah, 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 blah. She went on and on. I said, relax. We'll get there. Thank you very much, Madam. Yes. Also, the Ghana Health Service and CHAC have identified pharmacists who need these skills and getting them trained to support the management of our patients. So you realize that there's a lot going on. We are indeed grateful to Nana Chair, the college, the council members, and indeed everyone that is associated with the college. They are doing a lot. Nana Chair, I highlight these two short courses because not only do they lead to the delivery of specialist pharmacy services, but it also shows how collaboration among like-minded institutions go a long way to get us closer to attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, collaboration is identified as one of the goals. Nana Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that the College of Pharmacists is facing some challenges. And to be sure that Rector would be satisfied to know that the ministry is aware of her problems, I noted them. Honestly, knowing the struggles that she and I and others went through with accommodation, I thought she would have mentioned that first, but I think she reserved that for the last. And when indeed someone started clapping when she said the place had been identified for development, I said to myself, this is a clap of faith. Because it is a big problem. College has problems with accommodation. Minister says when he settles well, he would make sure that we see to the resolution of this problem. We are aware of the issues of financial clearance. Again, we want to assure you that once we get the financial clearance, college will be covered. She went on to talk about other issues. Nana Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you of Minister's full support to ensure that the college is run and run well. Thank you. Indeed, the Honorable Minister acknowledges the need to support the college to acquire premises that are commensurate with work being done there and the level of recognition that the college consistently acquiring across the continent. To that end, the Minister says his doors are always open to discuss how we can support the college to achieve its mandate. Nana Chair, I will now turn my attention to the newly inducted fellows and members. I have a short poem, my favorite quote, and I'm going to say it for you on your special day. The height by which great men reached and kept was not attained by a sudden flight, but they, whilst their companions slept, were toiling upwards in the night. You have indeed toiled. And so today, we all join in saying, Ahiko to you. But the minister has some works for you. He says, new inductees, you have just been admitted as fellows and members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. This is a recognition of the pharmacists. By this induction, we are telling the whole world that you are competent to work as consultants, specialists, and senior specialist pharmacists. With this recognition comes responsibility. With this recognition comes what? May it never be said that you were a specialist and you did not impact. Amen. You must demonstrate your knowledge and skills to provide specialist pharmacy services. Wherever you find yourselves, remember you are an ambassador of the college. Be sure to be abreast with all developments and also endeavor to train other pharmacists to move us closer to the attainment of the SDGs. This is very passionate to me. We recently inducted newly qualified pharmacists. My interaction with them made me a bit sad because I realized that they didn't have direction towards career progression. So personally, I have said to myself that when I retire, I'm going to take it up for myself. I'm going to create a platform where we can mentor these young pharmacists. I want to extend a hand to you specialists to join me so that we create a platform where we can mentor them. Sometimes people just need someone to inspire them. You attain such great heights. I think you should not fold your arms. Let us try to mentor and encourage others. Finally, Nana Chair, as you deliberate on getting us closer to the SDGs through the delivery of specialist pharmacy services, Do accept my congratulations on the achievements made by the college in the light of the daunting challenges you face. Also, be assured of the continued support of the ministry in the execution of your mandates. Congratulations and all the best. Thank you.
Another round of applause for her, please. So I overheard someone saying, don't retire yet, start now. So praise the Lord to that. So all too soon, we are coming to close to the first chapter. And so I'd like to invite Honorable Nana Chair to give us his closing remarks. A round of applause for him as he comes to give the closing remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Yes. I'm going to be brave. I think I feel hungry, and I suppose everybody is hungry by now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the opening ceremony of this conference, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for your presence and enthusiasm. I want to particularly thank our thematic speaker. I'm being careful not to use the Francis. Pharmacist Kofi Abuaji-Nyame, for your extensive delivery on the theme for our discussion today. In fact, he did well. We must applaud him. Your expertise and passion for the pharmacy profession and the general delivery, technology. Your expertise and passion for the pharmacy profession and the general delivery of quality healthcare clearly shown through your presentation. I expect that we have all gained invaluable knowledge and ideas that will undoubtedly shape the future of specialist pharmacists, service delivery for the attainment of the UHC towards SDGs. To our newly inducted fellows and members, I say huge congratulations. As has been highlighted by all our speakers, the role of specialist pharmacists in the provision of accessible, quality, and affordable healthcare across the nation cannot be overemphasized. I urge you all to go out there and make your impact felt wherever you find yourselves. Aiko. As we conclude the opening ceremony and move into the scientific section, let us all continue to collaborate, innovate, and strive for excellence in healthcare. Thank you all, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause to them, please. Okay, so Nana Chair has said it all. So we'd like to invite Farm Dr. Richard Anandazi to give us a brief vote of thanks. A round of applause to him as he comes.
His Royal Majesty Akwamuhene Odenehu Kwafo Akoto III, the Honorable Minister of Health, represented by the Director of Pharmaceutical Service, Farm Dr. Mrs. Joycelyn Aziz, our thematic speaker, Mr. Pharmacist Abwaji Yami, the President of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Pharmacist Joseph Nyagbe, Director, Farm Dr. Joseph Yurenchi Eseku, members of the Governing Council, members of the Academic Board, heads of division, fellows, members, fellow graduates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Anandazi, one of the graduates of the 7th batch, and I'm here to represent both the 6th and the 7th batch of pharmacists. Being asked to offer the vote of thanks on this special occasion is truly an honor. We are incredibly grateful to Jehovah for giving us life and making today possible. On behalf of all the graduates, we would like to express our profound gratitude to our chairman, Odenehu Kwafo Akoto III, for successfully chairing this ceremony. We are also grateful to have you direct this event with your insight. Thank you, Nana. Our heartfelt gratitude also goes to our special guest of honor, Farm Dr. Joycelyn Aziz, for taking time out of your hectic schedule to grace this occasion and providing encouragement on this day. To our thematic speaker, Pharmacist Abwaji Yami, thank you for the thought-provoking speech that made us think about how we can provide specialized pharmaceutical services to attain the UHC. Our inspiring rector, Pharmacist Yvonne Yerenchiwa Eseku, ma'am. Great guidance. We appreciate you. Our sincere appreciation is extended to our mentors and respected faculty heads. Your steadfast commitment, wisdom, and encouragement has been crucial in molding our careers. We appreciate your support and encouragement in helping us realize our full potential. I would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our family and friends. Your unwavering support, encouragement, and sacrifices has been the foundation upon which we have built our achievements. You have been our pillars of strength through the challenging moments and our cheerleaders in times of success. Thank you for your endless patience, for standing by us every step of the way. To my fellow graduates, congratulations. The 6th and the 7th batch, congratulations. Ayuko. This journey has not been easy. But together we have navigated the challenges, celebrated the victories, and grown both personally and professionally. To all of the hardworking staff of the college who put in many hours and worked behind the scenes to create such a well-run program, we appreciate you. Now, to our president, we want to assure you the 6th and the 7th batch of pharmacists, specialists, we want to assure you that when everyone is sitting, yes, we will stand up. When everyone is standing, we will stand out. And when everyone is standing out, we will be the standard. Finally, we want to thank you all once again for being here today, for your support, and for celebrating this milestone with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Farm Dr. Richard Anandazi, for your heartfelt votes of thanks. We have a few important announcements in the next part in this hall. The order of photography will be indicated in due time. Following the photo session, there will be a cocktail refreshment for all present at the foyer. We invite you to enjoy this time and celebrate your achievements. Please note that there are two sessions today, the opening ceremony, of which we are closing, and the scientific meeting. After the snack break and poster viewing, which will last for 30 minutes, we ask everyone to return to the hall for the scientific meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we started with an opening prayer, and it is prudent for us to end with a prayer. I'll once again invite Farm Reverend Jonathan Mate to do the closing prayer for us. Please, a round of applause for him.
This time around, we can sit. God can hear prayer whether you are standing or sitting. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord. You've done it again. That we can always trust you to steer us forward. For all that has happened this first half, we pray that we'll go home with an inspiration. That despite the challenges, there is hope. There is hope for healthcare delivery services in Ghana. We ask that as we enter the second session, may that gracious presence of yours carry us through. Thank you, Father. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. So it's time for the photo session. So I would kindly ask the cultural troupe to serenade us as the photo session takes place. So I would kindly invite the high table guests. They would take their photos first. Yes, please, kindly. I don't know if the photographers kindly help me. The cultural troupe kindly give us some music, background music. High table guests would take their pictures first. Please, the cultural troupe, the place is too quiet. Okay, please, the governing council members kindly join the high table guests. Governing council members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, can you kindly join the high table guests? Governing council members. Academic board members, kindly join the high table guests. Academic board members.
we start the scientific session. Okay. So we commence with a couple of presentations. So we have a scientific presentation by Create Ghana, which is a National Institute for Health and Care Research. It's a global health research group on cardiometabolic diseases in Africa. And they are here to present the findings of a study they conducted. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me put our hands together for Create Ghana as they come to give us a brief presentation.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm thankful to the Ghana College of Pharmacists for this opportunity to share our research findings, but I'm also especially thankful to the college for having collaborated with us in this venture. I don't know how many of you asked yourself how much sugar was in the kuli, how much saturated fat was in the Burkina that you had. But I'm hopeful that by the time we finish presenting our results, you will see how much difference education can make to changes in behavior. So we came up with a concept. When I say we, I mean CREATE, which stands for Collaborative Care for Cardiometabolic Diseases in Africa. That if you are managing non-communicable disease in Africa, it is important to deliver self-care. And it is important to deliver it in the context in which the person can understand it. And we assumed that in Ghana and in our settings, you cannot do it without the community pharmacist, because our patients told us that as for the hospital, it's the last place. So where are they going? They are going to the community pharmacists. They are going to the churches. So we thought that we do need the pharmacists to help us on this, and I'm so thankful that the college came on board this. We also collaborated with faith healers, both Christian and Muslim, and Keep It clubs to test whether if you deliver collaborative care for people living with non-communicable diseases, diabetes, obesity, dyslipidemia, does it make a difference versus if you just sit in your clinic and do it all by yourself? So I'm here today with Dr. Elizabeth Boateng, who led the education, and also Dr. Babel Jobela, who is the trial manager. My name is Dr. Lamte. I'm the principal investigator. So I'll hand you over to those two to tell us what we did and what the results were. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we will. Okay, so please, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Boateng, and I'm a member of the College of Ghana. Okay, so I don't want to waste much time, but we thank all our collaborating institutions, then all those who helped with CREATE. So we thank you all. So the CREATE research program is funded by the NIHR, and today our agenda will be this. We will talk about CREATE, why it was created, then the methods that we used, then also we will discuss the results. So CREATE is an acronym. It means Collaborative Care for Cardiometabolic Diseases in Africa. And it aims to develop structured self-management education, which is a key component of the collaborative care model for cardiometabolic disease. And we are doing this to help attain the Sustainable Development Goal 3.4, which states that by 2030, we would have reduced premature mortality from non-communicable disease by 1/3. So our running title was Collaborative Care for Cardiometabolic Disease in Africa, and it was a feasibility study. Our aim was to generate a scientific evidence to improve health outcome and also improve our practices, how we do things in Ghana, and finally to inform policy so that people with cardiometabolic disease in low resource country will have a base or will have something to rely on so that we all achieve the universal health coverage. So this is a small background study about 5 years ago. For the past 5 years on cardiometabolic disease. And we realize that hypertension has been on the rise. When you look at Sanoade et al., which did a prevalence in hypertension on people aged 15 years to 49 years, realize that prevalence is 13%. But people who had the hypertension were not even aware that they had the hypertension. That makes it very serious because we want people to know their condition. You know, it's a cardiometabolic disease, and how you live your life can affect the outcome of the disease. He repeated the same methods again, the study, but this time around with 18 participants aged 18 years and above. And the prevalence had increased to 59%, with 81 unaware of their condition. So that made it a very a problem that we needed to come in as Create Ghana. I'm saying Create Ghana because we have other sites in Mozambique and also in Kenya. So we have other studies on CKD, DM, and stroke, and the prevalence of these cardiometabolic disease is also on the high. But we realize that when you have one or more of these conditions, it makes you get the complications faster. So how did we do our feasibility study? We used a single arm mixed method feasibility trial at the Okoe-Boye Polyclinic Family Medicine Department. We purposely sampled adults 18 years and above. We got 53 participants. So those people we sampled had cardiometabolic disease, but we excluded those with type 1 diabetes and those who could not speak Chi, English, and Ga, because that was the languages that we used for the intervention. And those who could not simply participate in structured self-management education, and those who were in other studies, we excluded them. So the quantitative arm were measured with these, and the qualitative arm, we conducted in-depth interviews and focus group discussion with our key holders that included the community leaders, the healthcare professionals, and those who were living with cardiometabolic disease. So as part of our preparation to start the feasibility studies, we needed to engage the community. So we formed the Community Engagement Involvement Panel, and they were to evaluate whether the manual that we adapted from our collaborators in UK was culturally adaptable. The panel consisted of medical doctors, pharmacists, which I was the pharmacist. Then we had pastors, because we realized that our healthcare system is embedded with culture, and we had the herbal medicine practitioners, because we also have them also embedded in our healthcare system, and more importantly, people with cardiometabolic diseases. So the panel evaluated the manual that we received. The manual came with clip arts, and they assess how our people are going to relate, especially the participants, how they were going to relate with it. So they realized that this doesn't really tell us our culture. So we needed to ask some of them in a real human images. So this one is sweeping, but we acted it as this. This is happy. If I ask, you may not even tell what it means, but we acted it this way. This stress, money, poverty, which can also worsen your cardiometabolic disease. And this picture on our left shows how cultural and herbal medicine affects our health care, whether positive or negative. It affects it. So after the panel engagement, we came out with a handbook which we gave to the participants. It had everything in it, a section for them to make their own notes and also make their own goals. That's okay. So we pre-tested the questionnaires at Mamprobi Hospital, which has the same setting as the Kolebu Polyclinic. And educators were trained by both our collaborators, the Zoom from Leicester University, then also our collaborators in Ghana to deliver the intervention. So just after the data collection the first baseline data collection, we did the intervention, and these are some of the things that we took: the demographics, the anthropometric measurements, the point of care, fasting blood sugar, BP. Then we did some labs which included HbA1c. So after 3 months of the baseline data collection, we did another or the same data collection at 3 months and also at 6 months. And we also had to take CREATE into the community. Like the PI said, people are more into the community, spend more time in the community than in the hospital. So we needed to raise champions who will help educate people about cardiometabolic disease. And we empowered them with handouts and training materials and educational materials. So we partnered with 2 pharmacies, the Paramedical Pharmacy and Value Health Pharmacy, owned by our own farm, Okoe-Boye. Then we partnered also with Fitness Club, 2 religious centers, Wesley Methodist and also Kolebu Mosque. Then 1 local group. So these are some of the pictures that we took. Okay, then we went to the healthcare professionals. We trained them, those who goes into the community, to also continue with the education. This is how we did our recruitment. 66 people showed interest to be part of the trial, but after full screening, we got 54 people. 1 had type 1, which was part of our exclusion criteria. So we needed to take that patient out. So we ended up with 53 people, and they all completed the trial. So we had 100% retention. Dr. Babel to give us the results. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Babel Jobala, and I will go through the results that we had from the study. So we had a total of 53 participants. 58 of them were females. The mean age was 59. We had 49% of them having type 2 diabetes, 87% of them having hypertension. Then for family history, 27% of them had a family history of stroke. 16% of them had a family history of stroke before 65 years. And we had 83% of them having a family history of hypertension, 22% high cholesterol. From baseline to 6 months, there was no change in medications. So most of the changes that we are seeing here are attributable to the structured self-management education that we gave the patients. So from baseline to 3 months, we saw that their weights dropped by 2 kilograms, and then their waist circumference dropped by 3 centimeters. There was a drop in their plasma glucose by 1 millimole per liter, and their random blood glucose by 0.05 millimole per liter. But this was not significant at 3 months, but at 6 months, we'll see that there was a change. And there was a change in serum cholesterol, all parameters of the lipids except LDL cholesterol. And there was also a drop in the serum sodium, but we can't attribute it to the structures of management education because we didn't do the urinary sodium, so we can't account for the loss of sodium through urine as that's probably being the cause. So we'll go through the outcome from baseline to 6 months now. We saw a drop in systolic blood pressure by 5 millimeters of mercury, and then diastolic blood pressure by 3 millimeters of mercury. Waist circumference was still dropped by 2 centimeters. Waist circumference dropped by 3 centimeters, and then weight by 2 kilograms. Now, there's the random blood glucose I was talking about. We see that at 3 months, the change was not significant. However, at 6 months, we saw that it dropped by 1.5 millimoles. And then, for some reason, we had an increase in the HbA1c. The same with serum cholesterol. At 3 months, we saw that there was changes in all serum lipids except the LDL cholesterol. But however, at 6 months, it was just HDL cholesterol that was decreased, and then triglycerides as well. So this, in summary, these are the changes that we saw from baseline to 6 months. And there was no change in depression scores and well-being scores as well. So we'll just briefly go through the regression analysis that we did for the study. So these are our dependent variables, and then these are our independent variables. So we ran a correlation model, and these are some of the correlations that we saw in our regression model. We saw that there was a strong correlation between systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure, weight, and then waist to hip ratio, and then plasma glucose, and then HbA1c. And there was a moderate correlation between depression scores and serum creatinine, waist to hip ratio, and systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure, and then diastolic blood pressure, and then LDL cholesterol. So with our regression model, we saw that as time changes with every change in time, from baseline to 3 months or from 3 months to 6 months, there was an increase in HbA1c by about 1 millimole per 1%. And for LDL cholesterol, if someone's status changed from having diabetes to not having diabetes, the LDL cholesterol drops by about 1 millimole per liter, which shows how significant history of diabetes affects your serum cholesterol. And then also for systolic blood pressure, for every 1 millimole drop in LDL cholesterol, we see a drop in the systolic blood pressure by about 2 millimeters of mercury. And weights also change for every change in time from baseline to 3 months, or from 3 months to 6 months, there was a drop in weight by about 1 kilogram. A similar thing can be seen with respect to the waist circumference. So we'll go through the results of the qualitative study. And when we interviewed the various stakeholders, that's the persons living with cardiometabolic diseases, our trial staff, the faith healers, and all that, they said that cardiometabolic diseases is a big burden. And some of the quotes are here. Say that one person said 3 or 4 in every 10 person that you encounter, this was a health personnel, has cardiometabolic disease. So we asked them, with their experience of the CREATE intervention that we delivered, what did they have to say about it? And most of them say that it was of great value. You can see one person said that the value is enormous, especially in my community and in my house, because we realized that most of them took it to their communities and then educated their families, their friends about it because of the value that it had. Someone also said, that's one of my favorite quotes. Someone said that it is very useful, and I use it like a reference book or an encyclopedia, which shows the content or the value of the content of the create intervention. So we asked them about some of the issues that they had or what we could have done to make the create intervention better. Others mentioned that, some people mentioned that the contact time that we had with them was too short. And then they wished that we had given them more time or more education. So with every barrier, with every new research comes barriers to implementation. So we asked them, what do they think were the barriers to implementation? Some of them said sustainability of the intervention, because this research is funded, and should that fund be taken away, would we be able to sustain the create intervention? Other people mentioned money. And like I said, the research was funded. The intervention materials were being paid for and all that. So without this, can we actually have this in our setting? So what is the way forward? Most of them concluded that we need stakeholders to come on board to implement this, not just at the research side, but make it a national program, and that everyone needs to come on board for it. So with the discussions, we saw that there was a drastic improvement in most of the anthropometric and then laboratory measures that we did. And also, we realized that there were certain barriers to implementing the structures of management education program. Mainly financial constraints, there are belief systems, and then conflicting messages. So when you go to the consulting room, some people, one doctor will tell you this thing, another doctor will tell you something else. So it was one of the barriers. The limitation of our study is that we sampled the participants purposively. So it does not necessarily reflect what may happen. And we need a randomized control trial in order to fully test our results. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. You can scan the QR code to our website. Thank you.
Thank you too. I think they deserve another round of applause. It's a popular saying that goes like, what you don't know will not kill you. But after this presentation, I think we can clearly say that what you don't know will kill you faster. Okay, that was wonderful. So we move on. I'd like to invite a sponsor in the person of... yes, I'd like to invite Unichem Chemists. They are a sponsor, and then they'll be giving us another presentation. So for the next 15 minutes, Unichem Chemists will be indulging us in a presentation. Unichem Chemists, if you're around, please, you can mount the stage. A round of applause to them as they come, please.
Right. Good afternoon to you all. So my name is Farm Dr. Okoe-Boye from Unichem Ghana Limited. I'm actually a medical rep with Unichem, and we all know Unichem to produce quality and then affordable medicines in Ghana. So today we want to take a look at one of our products, which is used in managing ulcer and acid disturbances. Okay, so we are very much aware of ulcer and the risk factors, causes, symptoms. So today I'm going to show you a graph that I really want to talk about concerning the product. So this is the product from Unichem Ghana Limited, Rabiloc, which contains rabeprazole as a PPI. So this was a study that was conducted comparing rabeprazole to omeprazole, which we know is a very used brand of PPI on the market. So in the study, we realized that we were looking at the acid disturbances in between meals. The ash graph shows the normal physiological acid production. So you will see that in the around 8 a.m. the acid levels are very low, and then between 8-12 p.m. the acid level starts rising. So after taking your breakfast and then before you take your lunch, you see that the acid levels are higher. So we are looking at a drug that can be able to bind to the ATPase enzyme and then block acid production, and then hence helping to manage the acidity. So you see that we gave the red line represents omeprazole, and then the blue line represents the rabeprazole. So you can see that in between the meals, the blue line is close to the x-axis, which tells us that Rabiloc is able to bind strongly to the ATPase enzyme, and then by so doing is able to reduce the acid production. And this continues for about from 8 a.m. to about between 8 p.m. and then 12 a.m. So it has about 18 hours duration of action. And then looking at after even 12 a.m., you can see that the levels are still relatively lower than those in the omeprazole and then the physiological levels, which means that Rabiloc is able to give some form of relief from acid disturbances and is able to manage or reduce the acid levels in between meals very well, reducing the ulcer pain and then the discomfort that comes with having ulcer. And this is also another study that was done comparing the fast daytime and then the nighttime symptom relief. So from the graph, we realized that on the baseline, we started from 0, and then around day 1, it peaked. So we had about 80% relief. And then between day 1 and then day 28, we had a stable relief, which was around 95%. So what this means is that if you have an ulcer patient, and then you put the patient on rabeprazole, which is a PPI, you are going to have about 95% of relief at night and then daytime, which I've explained in the graph. This is also a study comparing rabeprazole to omeprazole, and then we are looking at daytime and the nighttime pain, and then the pain frequency. So you see that in the first graph, the bar graph, we are seeing daytime, there was about 88% reduction in the pain, compared to 75% given by omeprazole. And then during the night pain, we had 84% reduction in night pain, which I explained in the previous graph. We saw that the acid levels were lower, relatively lower, compared to that of the omeprazole and then the physiological levels. And this explains why we have 84% reduction in pain, nighttime pain. And we also have the pain frequency. You have 82% reduction in, you have less frequent pain on people who are on the rabeprazole compared to the omeprazole. So rabeprazole, we are saying that rabeprazole is a very safe molecule, and it is usually not broken down by the coenzymes or the enzymes in the body. So it undergoes what we call the non-enzymatic breakdown, which means that any patient who is, these enzymes don't inhibit the metabolism of rabeprazole actively. And it's safest to use in liver dysfunction. So these are some of the indications and then the dosage for rabeprazole. So active duodenal ulcer and active benign gastric ulcers, we give 20 milligram once a day for 4 weeks. And Minged, we give 20 milligram to be taken once a day for 8 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks. Get long-term management, 20 milligram daily up to 12 months. Eradication of H. pylori, 20 milligram daily, in addition to the normal antibiotics for H. pylori eradication. And then in Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, we give 60 milligram per day. Our molecule, the brand rabeprazole comes, each tablet is 20 milligram. So we usually give 1 tablet daily to cover the patient for the day. But in Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, we give 3 tablets, which is the 60 milligram. And it's very affordable on the market. A pack is going for 26 cedis, 50 pesos. Compared to the innovator brand, which is Pariet, we can see that there's a vast difference in price. And as you all know, Unichem is noted for bringing drugs that are relatively priced that patients can afford easily. So the 5 P's advantage. So the pace, we are looking at how fast it can dissociate and then how long you can be on the drug. So rabeprazole gives you, it has a faster onset of action because it has a higher pKa. So it's able to dissociate early and then it gets absorbed. And then it gives you a 24-hour acid suppression like we saw in the graph. And then for protection, there was a study that was done, and then they realized that when you put patients on rabeprazole for a very long time, it's able to increase their mucus secretion and then thicken the stomach lining, which is in a bit to reduce or treat the ulcers. And then predictability, there is least inter-individual variation as we saw, but it's not broken down by the 2CY19 enzymes. And then precision, there is least drug-drug interaction, like we saw. So reminders, Unichem has a lot of products, and then this is one of them. So we have our Candesatan brand, which is Zycad. So we have Candesatan 8, which is Zycad 8 milligram. We have Candesatan 16, which is Zycad 16 milligram. And then we have the Zycad Plus, which contains Candesatan with hydrochlorothiazide. Now, in case a patient is on Losartan and then you want to switch to our Candesatan, Losartan 50 milligram is equivalent to Zycad 8. And then the Losartan 100 is equivalent to Zycad 16. Then we have the Zycad Plus. You don't have the 3225 because studies have shown that when you give Candesatan 32 milligram, there's no much difference in effect compared to the 16. So we have just a 16/12.5 on the market. So this is the picture. So we have 8, 16, and then the plus on the market. The 4 and 32 we don't have yet. And then there's also a very widely known product, Serotonin, which contains piracetam to manage stroke and then to also help manage the motion effect in stroke, the loss of motor function in patients who have stroke. Now, piracetam has been shown to have some peculiar mechanism of action, aside it helping with the memory recovery. It has an effect like aspirin. So it's able to help thin the blood. So if you are using serotonin together with aspirin, you are supposed to use it with caution because it can thin the blood also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's give a round of applause to him again. So next, we'll be having the inauguration of the Institutional Review Board. We'll be having the inauguration of the Institutional Review Board. And to give us an overview of the board is the ever-smiling rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacy, Farm Ivonyinshiwa Iseku. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Thank you very much. So as we mentioned during the opening ceremony, the academic board and the governing council has approved the institution or the establishment of an institutional review board. I'll go through the members who are here. Some of them are not here, and so, Mr. President, I'll stand proxy for them. But I'll ask those who are here to please, when I mention your name, if you can come forward, and when I finish, you will take the oath. For the Institutional Review Board, the board will be chaired by Pharmacist Professor Elvis Oforia-Meyao. Yes. He is a pharmacist and a fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. He is a professor of pharmacology and the current dean of the School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Cape Coast. He has over 120 peer-reviewed publications and has won. So we couldn't have done better. Thank you. For our professional in law and ethics, I have not seen him, but so I don't know whether he's here yet. It's pharmacist Kwabena Asantiofe. He is a pharmacist and a lawyer in his 10th year of practice. He is currently country manager of Medtronic Labs, a public health organization which focuses on digital health, and he has a master's in economic policy management. So I'll stand proxy for him and all the others who may not be present. The next is pharmacist Reverend Sefenya Kwakupom. She's a health care, and she's a representative of the clergy. She's a seasoned healthcare and pharmaceutical management professional with 21 years of experience. She's a reverend minister with the Life International Church and a pastor, and is pastor in charge of women's ministry, church choir, young ladies fellowship, and the health team. Reverend Kwakupom is unable to be here, and she sent her regrets, but has pledged that she will participate in all meetings that the committee, the board will hold. For a professional in social sciences and a community member, we have Mr. Charles McCarthy. He's not a pharmacist. He is a journalist. He is a journalism and communications expert with an interest in community and societal wholeness. He has had an illustrious career in communicating business and community performance to both internal and external publics, and is experienced in social research. He has a Master of Arts degree in ministry from the Trinity Theological Seminary, and is a licensed counselor with the Ghana Psychology Council. For the representatives from faculties and divisions, these are fellows and members of the college and experts in their various areas of specialization. They bring their research expertise and interest to bear, and we know that they will contribute very well to this board and the college. For the Division of Drug Production and Quality Assurance, we have Professor Christian Ejare. I think he's unable to be here. He is the provost of the College of Health Sciences, KNUST. For the Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy, we have pharmacist Dr. Frimpoma Nelson. Yeah, yes, you are here. Thank you. Finally, an addition. For the Faculty of Public Health Pharmacy, we have pharmacist Professor Joyce Adwechia. She's also unable to be here. Okay. When we finish, we'll clap for them again. For the Faculty of Social and Administrative Pharmacy, we have pharmacist Dr. Janet Boachi Yadom. Thank you. For the Faculty of Community and Family Health Pharmacy, we have pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Esther Amejuru. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we have a college research coordinator. She's also unable to be present. Pharmacist Josephine Cheneboa Osafo. She is a public health pharmacist and research consultant with expertise and passion for advancing public health initiatives and improving population outcomes. She has strong analytical skills and is able to develop innovative strategies for addressing public health challenges. So, Mr. President, this is the Institutional Review Board, the composition of the Institutional Review Board that is going to guide research and ethical work in the college. Yes.
Okay. You relax before I administer the oath. I'll make a few remarks. I'm sure we've all heard this big terminology of Institutional Review Board. It comes under various names and nomenclatures. People will call it Ethical Board. People will call it Board for Ethics, Board that clears research. Basically, what they are going to do is they will examine or assess every research proposal that comes before the college. And then they will also monitor all the research activities that are going on. And with that in mind, they will also protect volunteers that will be used in research that will involve human subjects. And of course, they are also supposed to protect the legal entity, the image, and every aspect of the college as far as their job is concerned. And they will be guided by the ethical principles that I have taught some of you, the 4 ethical principles, and the values of pharmacy, confidentiality and honesty and other things. So that's what they are going to do, so that at least they will protect the human subjects that will be involved in any research activity. On this note, may I humbly invite the members who have been selected, elected to come forward. Maybe, okay. I think you can face me. Yes. I'm going to administer 2 oaths. The first one is the official oath, and then the second one is the oath of secrecy. So we'll start with the official oath. I'll say I, and then you mention your name, and then we'll go. I do solemnly affirm that I will faithfully and conscientiously perform my duties as a member of the Institutional Review Board of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, in accordance with the mandate of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, as set out in Part 4 of the Specialist Health Training and Plant Medicine Research Act 2011, Act 833. I will also support the other members of the board and performance of functions of the board as set out in the Act. So help me God. Let's give them a round of applause. The second oath, that's the oath of secrecy. We'll follow along the same line. I'll mention I, and then you fill in with your names, and then we'll continue. I, holding the office of an Institutional Review Board of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, do solemnly affirm that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal any person, any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be permitted by law. So help me God. Let's give them a... Let me congratulate all of you. This is an onerous job. It's a job of honor, and with God's help, I know you will succeed. Thank you. Have your seat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure they will tell us before the close of today when they will have their first meeting.
It's actually an independent board, but that doesn't mean that the council or the academic board will abdicate its role, its oversight role. So as far as the technical details are concerned, they will perform their work without let or hindrance. But the college will still have the oversight responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I also wanted to add that even though we couldn't hear them when they were saying the oath, each of them is a very, maybe they also didn't chew the, I hear the snack was very hard, so a lot of people couldn't chew. We apologize for that. We will do better next time. Yes. Please, you will have to sign the oaths that you have received, the oath that you took. You fill in your name and sign, and then you let us have it as we go into our groups. Our handover, please.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all members of the Institutional Review Board. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into the parallel scientific sessions. We have an exciting lineup of topics and discussions ahead. To brief us on the details of these sessions, it is my pleasure to invite the chair of the scientific session in the person of Professor Kwesi Adomako Ohiming. Please, a round of applause for him. Please. Thank you.
Hello. I think the time is far spent, so we might as well divide you into two. There'll be two oral sessions and then the poster. And the chair for the other group over there is Mrs. Dorcas Okoe-Boye. And I think the second one is my friend, Professor Kwame Ohene Buabe. I don't know, I was going to say Boating. And I think there are judges to evaluate them, and we have, I shouldn't mention their name. Okay, secret. Until they come back. Okay, so judges, you know yourself. I think with that said, I think we can break up for people to go. Okay, thank you. One over there. It's there, it's in there. Track 1 is here, and track 2 is near the washroom over there. You see there's a sign over there.
Thank you. Please, as he mentioned, track 1 will be having their session here, and track 2 would go to the seminar room. Our ushers are available to direct us to the location. So for those who want to go to track 1, the track 1 will focus on pharmacotherapy in chronic diseases the challenges and interventions in clinical settings. And as Prof said, it will be chaired by Dr. Mrs. Dorcas Okoe-Boye. Track 2, which will cover pharmacy practice, resource management, and drug research, will be chaired by Prof. Kwame Ohene-Boabe. And then this will be held at the seminar room. So our ushers are available to guide you to the location for those who are interested in track 2. For those who are interested in track 1, kindly remain in this hall. Thank you. So we'll come back after our sessions for a plenary session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, senior colleagues. Good afternoon, fellows, members, senior colleagues. Good afternoon. Like we all know, we are far behind. And so we want to go through this. It's interesting too, and we know we will learn a lot. So we'll go through it. We have already heard from the CREATE platform about increasing prevalence of cardiometabolic diseases and the numbers of people who are even unaware of the condition that they have. We also know that hypertension is still a major risk factor for development of coronary artery disease, heart failure, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and so on and so forth. And we have been challenged this morning that with all the knowledge card. We need to go out and make an impact. And so this afternoon, we are here to look at pharmacotherapy in chronic diseases, challenges and interventions in clinical settings. And we have two presenters, two of our colleagues to make presentations to us. The first is Farm Wisdom Delali Ajaku from the Whole Teaching Hospital. And he's going to talk to us about medication-related problems and associated factors among patients with chronic kidney disease admitted at the Whole Teaching Hospital. Medication-related problems and associated factors among patients with chronic kidney disease admitted at Whole Teaching Hospital. We'll give him 15 minutes to make his presentation. We'll listen to him, and after that, we'll come out with questions or interventions. We'll just seize our minds on what we can do as pharmacists. And then the second presentation will be on management of hypertension, the impact of clinical pharmacy services in the university hospital, UHC hospital in Ghana. And that will be led by Farm Dr. Emmanuel Sarkodie, the chief pharmacist at the NUST hospital. And so we'll also give him 15 minutes after that. And it's good to know that there are some judges in the background who are scoring marks for all these presentations. So without wasting any more time, I'll call Farm Wisdom Delali Ajaku from the Whole Teaching Hospital to make his presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I want to use this platform to thank the organizers of the scientific conference for the opportunity to present findings of the work titled Medication-Related Problems and its Associated Factors Among Patients Admitted with Chronic Kidney Disease at Whole Teaching Hospital. I also want to acknowledge the enormous contribution of the collaborators. They've been very helpful in making this possible. I've observed rising trends in the cases of chronic kidney disease that are admitted and also that are seen at the OPDs. The objective of pharmacotherapy is complicated by the occurrence of medication-related problems. The question is, how's the picture? We want to know where we are, and that will inform or create the needed awareness among health professionals. Then we can put in targeted interventions, training and others to minimize the problem. By way of introduction, what are medication-related problems? These are events or circumstances relating to the use of medicine in a patient, and this interferes with the desired health outcomes of the patients. CKD patients present with enormous comorbidities, complications, and they take a lot of medicines. When you go through our hospitals, CKD patients take about 7 to 10 medications. This put them at the risk of medication-related problems. So they are very high in CKD patients, and its occurrence is reported to be in the range of 12 to 87%. There are various systems exist for the classification, for the identification and classification of medication-related problems. For instance, we have the Mascar Care Network Europe, we have the SIPO ETEL classification, we have the Helper and Strand classification. For us as health workers, the occurrence of MRPs pose significant challenge to us and may result in lower quality of health of the patients, increase longer stays in the hospital, overall health costs, and even sometimes in death and increased morbidity. It's therefore very important that depending on the setting we work, we are able to carry out works that will identify and characterize these MRPs and also create the needed awareness among health workers. How did this work sought to unravel? We want to look at the the social demographic and clinical characteristics of the patient admitted with CKD. We want to look at the overall prevalence of CKD among the overall prevalence of MRP among the CKD patients. Then what are the different types of the MRP that they experience? Then finally, we want to investigate factors that are associated with the occurrence. Our main objective is to characterize the MRP and identify the predictors. Extensive literature research done situates this work within this conceptual framework. What are we looking at? We've seen that there can be an interplay of factors that would result in the occurrence of MRPs. We have the patient-related factors, drug-related factors, and clinical factors. What are the various types of MRPs? Medication-related problems. There could be the need for an additional drug, unnecessary drug therapy, ineffective pharmacotherapy, dosage too low, adverse drug reaction, dosage too high, non-adherence issues, and drug interactions. Now, beyond identifying these MRPs, what's next? We need, as a pharmacist, put in interventions, recommendations that will address these MRPs and make sure our patients are safe. These interventions or recommendations can be at various levels. They could be at the level of the patient, patient counseling, drug level, and also at the prescriber level. Permit me to walk you quickly through the methodology of this study. It was quantitative, descriptive, involved a review of patient medical records retrospectively. The study population consisted of adult patients who were diagnosed with CKD and admitted at World Teaching Hospital between the period of January 1st, 2021 and December 1st, 2022. We adopted a structured data collection form, which was used in a similar study to help us collect the information that is relevant for the conduction of this study. The data abstraction tool has three sections. We have the one part which deals with the social demographic, another part deals with the clinical characteristics, collected information on the admission and discharge dates, medication that were used, diagnosis that came out during the admission episode. Nine pharmacists were also trained to help the data in the data collection. From the population, we realized that 216 patients satisfied the eligibility criteria, and we went ahead to do total sampling. Descriptive statistics were used to present the social demographic and clinical characteristics, mean, frequency. Then we also investigated the association between the dependent variables using the binary logistics regression. We got ethical approval from World Teaching Hospital to conduct this exercise. This diagram talks about the social demographic characteristics. The incidence of CKD is normally distributed among the various age groups, but we have the highest incidence being reported in the 41-60 age group, followed by 18 to 40 age group. It's male dominated. The interesting thing to note once again about this is the use of alcohol. 59.3% of the participants used alcohol. And this has a very dire consequences, particularly for adherence of treatment. They take the alcohol, they might forget to take their medications. Another thing to note about this is the employment history of the patients. 50%, half of them were self-employed. And another 30.6% of the participants were unemployed. And it can have adverse effects on their pharmacotherapy. The clinical characteristics: 305 unique hospital admissions were reviewed. The prevalence of CKD in the population, according to the clinical classification, revealed that 75% of them were in stage 5. And what we've observed is that the admissions, the cases that are admitted, increase with increasing stage of the disease. And it's a worrying situation. It's a normal cause of disease anyway, but we will love if that number reduces. And it's a concern for us. Followed by those in stage 2, stage 4, 12%. With regard to the length of hospital stay, we've noted variations in the length of stay. It ranged from about 5 days to 66 days, the median being 12 days. 58% of them spent less than 14 days on admission. With regard to the comorbidities, CKD patients are burdened with comorbidities. And the finding suggested that each of the admission cases reported between 3 and 8 comorbidities. The median being 3. More than half of the population experienced 4 to 8 comorbidities. The top 3 comorbidities that we observed were hypertension, followed by pneumonia, then diabetes mellitus, and urinary tract infection. They were not spared the complications of chronic kidney disease. We found that they experienced between 1 to 4 complications. 51% had 3 complications on admission. The complications we saw, the top 3 were anemia, edema, and uremic gastritis. We looked at their medication history. For the population during the study period, there were 2,471 medication orders. 1,028 of them were implicated in medication-related problems. The top 5 medications that were prescribed were antihypertensives, antibiotics, diuretics, hematinics, and proton pump inhibitors. Now, if you look at those that were involved in the medication-related problem, still antihypertensives came number 1, followed by antibiotics. Phosphate binders, a key agent we use in managing the complications, came up as being involved in medication-related problem. It never came up as part of the top 5. But even the few of them that were prescribed, the phosphate binders, we had issues with them. They were implicated in medication-related problem. Hematinics, anticoagulants. So we looked at this as an index list of medications that we always need to keep our tabs on because of the high risk of them being involved in medication-related problem. The number of medications prescribed per case on admission ranged between 8 and 16 medications. 93 of them were taking more than 5 medications. 60.3 of them took between 7 and 10 medicines. How is the prevalence of the different types of the MRPs? The graph represents the prevalence of the different types of MRPs. Need for additional drug came up as the topmost medication-related problem, followed by dosage too low and adverse drug reaction. In this case, it wasn't actual drug reactions, but there are potential drug reactions that, if care is not taken, they can result in actual drug reactions. Thank you. From the record review we conducted, we saw there were ongoing recommendations and interventions that were being carried out. So we went further to look at these interventions. The levels of intervention done were at prescriber level, drug level, and patient level. 54% of them were done at the drug level, followed by 30% at the prescriber level. What were the specific interventions that were done? At the prescriber level, interventions were, or recommendations were proposed and discussed with the prescriber. At the drug level, the highest intervention done was where situations where drugs were stopped. Then at the patient level, it was patient counseling to help improve upon compliance, adherence. It's interesting to note the prescriber acceptance of our interventions, and I think this is a very huge opportunity for us as pharmacists. 95.7% of the interventions or recommendations are accepted by prescribers, and they are always encouraging the inclusion of pharmacists as part of the team that manage cases. And I think we can explore that opportunity to our benefit, and also the benefit of the patient. The key findings permit me to report that it was male-dominated, high incidence CKD in the patients aged 41 and above. MRP occurrence in the CKD subjects stood at 94.75%, with an overall rate of 35 MRPs per 100 medication orders. The most frequent ones were need for additional medicine, dosage too low, adverse drug reaction, and the rest. Antihypertensives, antibiotics, and phosphate binders were the most common medications implicated in MRPs. For the factors predictors, we saw that the presence of comorbidities, complications, CKD stage, and also polypharmacy were significantly associated with the occurrence of MRPs. This study is first of its kind in the study setting, and also from literature review, it has not been done in CKD patients, so it was a novel study. However, there were some limitations. Because of the retrospective nature, it didn't allow us to interact with our patients, face-to-face discussion, so that we can unravel the other MRPs that may arise from interfacing with the patients. So we could have underestimated the prevalence. Secondly, it was conducted in one hospital, and we couldn't have generalized the findings. Additional study might be needed in other settings to increase the generalizability of the findings. So what are our recommendations? We want still to intensify the call for the approach of an interdisciplinary healthcare team, including the pharmacists, to help manage CKD cases. We also want to recommend that we intensify our pharmacist medication review with special attention to those adjustment recommendations. Then also, we saw disparities in the information we give to our patients as to their discharge medications when they are going home. So we want a coordinated discharge counseling to be done so that the patient will have uniform information, and that will improve their adherence. We also want to recommend that healthcare providers should be trained on MRPs and encouraged to have a high index of suspicion. Then also, clinical guidelines that have been developed should be discussed and integrated into our local guidelines. The last one on the list, we want to also go forward and do a prospective study where we can actually assess the impact of our pharmacy interventions on the quality of care we give to our patients. I can't end this presentation without acknowledging the Review Ethics Committee of World Teaching Hospital, Professor Senyo Tagboto, nephrologist, and my preceptor, Prof. Kwame Ohini Boabin, Dr. Gabriel Idrel, also a nephrologist at World Teaching Hospital, Dr. Vincent Wiafi, and Mr. Obed Amenyo, a statistician in the. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Very much. There are a lot of questions on our minds, but if we start, it's going to drag on and on. So I think you agree with me. We'll take the second presentation, then we'll take all the questions together. Pardon? The what? Okay, so we'll have a second presentation from Dr. Emmanuel Sarkodie. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Ricky Enchubo-Siako. I'm also a pharmacist at the KNUST Hospital, and I am presenting instead of Dr. Emmanuel Sarkodie. I'm presenting an abstract on the management of hypertension, the impact of clinical pharmacy services in a university hospital, Ghana. According to the World Health Organization, hypertension is currently a global healthcare crisis, and hence newer approaches are required to its management. Hypertension has also been identified as the leading cause of cardiovascular mortality worldwide. It has been estimated that by year 2025, over 1.5 billion persons globally will be hypertensive. Another very worrying statistic is the fact that hypertension is currently more prevalent in developing countries like Ghana. In fact, there was an increase in incidence of hypertension in Ghana by more than a tenfold in the outpatient setting over a 20-year period from a study conducted by Bulla in 2010. Even though there are a lot of medications, antihypertensives, which are readily available, most of them are even on our insurance, there are still a lot of patients with hypertension who do not have their blood pressures controlled. In fact, according to findings from Tigabo et al. In 2024, there are over 50% of patients diagnosed with hypertension in the sub-Saharan region who still do not have their blood pressures controlled. There are established and clear benefits of blood pressure control. According to findings from Ribeiro in 2015, there is a reduction in risk of developing of heart failure, strokes, and myocardial infarction by 50%, 35%, and 25% respectively. So it's very important that we put together the very limited resources we have in our part of the world in helping control blood pressures of our patients. There are some barriers that have been identified to hinder blood pressure control in our hypertensive patients. Some of these barriers are non-adherence and also health literacy. From findings from Bunier in 2015, non-adherence is the reason for uncontrolled blood pressures in nearly 3/4 of patients who are living with hypertension. We came across a lot of studies that pointed out that the use of pharmacist-led interventions will be able to help to improve knowledge levels of our hypertensives, adherence levels of our hypertensive, which would also translate in good blood pressure control in our hypertensive patients. We realized that not a lot of work has been done in terms of studying the impact of clinical pharmacy services on the management of hypertension. So we decided to study the impact of clinical pharmacy services on the management of hypertension in the University Hospital in Ghana. We set out to assess the impact of these services that we provided on blood pressure control. We also wanted to estimate medication adherence levels of our patients and also see the impact the services that we provided had on their adherence levels. We also look at the knowledge levels of our hypertensive patients, so we estimated their knowledge levels as well. And then we also assessed patient satisfactions to the clinical pharmacy services that we provided to our patients. Our study was a pragmatic prospective quasi-experimental study, a pre- and post-interventional study, which was conducted in KNUST Hospital, which can be found in the heart of Kumasi. KNUST Hospital is a 125-bed capacity. We render inpatient and outpatient care. We also render some specialist care too as well. Our study population was all hypertensive patients who visited our hypertensive clinics, of which over the past 2 years, it was estimated that yearly we get about 7,000 participants coming through. So we used the calculator to calculate our sample size, which we got 365. However, we were able to recruit 183 participants in our study. We used a purposive sampling method to recruit our participants, provided they met our inclusion criteria and then provided an informed consent. So the inclusion criteria was all patients above the age of 18 years had been diagnosed with hypertension and were on antihypertensive medications. Exclusion criteria was pregnant women, lactating mothers, and patients who came in with hypertensive crisis or hypertensive crisis. So we designed a structured questionnaire that we use to collect all our required data, the socio-demographic data, the clinical data. So we interviewed our patients and then we collected all the required data. We did some physical measurements too as well. We used a standard Omron BP machine to measure blood pressure levels of our participants. And then there were 4 pharmacists who were trained to be part of the data collection for this study. So we were all trained on how to appropriately measure blood pressure, on how to take informed consent, and how to recruit our participants. For assessment of adherence, we use the Hill-Bone Compliance Scale, which is a 14-item questionnaire, which has a 4-Likert scale, where a patient could score a minimum score of 14 and then a maximum of 56. So we converted the adherence scores to a percentage, and then greater than or equal to 80% was good adherence, less than 80% was bad adherence. For knowledge levels, we use the hypertension knowledge questionnaire to assess the knowledge levels of our participants. And also we did a survey on whether the patients were satisfied with the clinical pharmacy services that we provided to them as well. We gathered that data too as well. So our data was entered into Excel 2021. We generated our frequency tables, and then our data was analyzed using the GraphPad Prism 8 and SPSS version 27. We used the 1 sample per t-test to assess differences in mean values of the systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, medication adherence scores, knowledge levels on hypertension. So our results and discussion. We were given a maximum of 10 slides, so we had to lump some of our data. The mean age of our participants was 63.31 years. Most of our patients were above the age of 60 years. The mean number of years our patient had been on medication was 11.01 years. So it means most of our patients had a lot of experience with their antihypertensive medications. More than 2/3 of our participants were female, as we can see here. Now, Looking at the blood pressure control at baseline, we realized that more than 50% of our participants still had their blood pressures uncontrolled. We look at the knowledge levels at baseline, more than 3/4 of our patients actually had good knowledge at baseline. Now, the findings on the knowledge was similar to that of a work that was done in 2 district hospitals in Volta region, where the participants also had good knowledge levels as well. When you look at our adherence levels here, more than 3/4 of our participants also had very good adherence levels. Now, considering the fact that we said improving health literacy and also improving adherence levels should have a positive impact on blood pressure control, our participants mostly had good knowledge and then good adherence. They were adherent to their therapy. However, we realized that blood pressure levels, more than half of our participants still had their blood pressure levels uncontrolled. We used BP greater than 140/90 according to the Ghana National Treatment Guideline for managing cardiovascular disease condition. Greater than 140/90 was uncontrolled. Now, even though the knowledge levels was good, they had the good knowledge, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were practicing the knowledge that they have. So some of the intervention that we gave out was to reinforce the knowledge levels of our patients. We've also followed our patients up to ensure whether they are actually practicing the knowledge levels that they have. Another very important thing we realized was that most of our patients, when they came to the clinic, they had not taken their antihypertensives in the morning. This is because most of our participants had comorbid conditions. In fact, more than 3/4 of our participants had comorbid conditions. And out of that number, 88.8% of them were diabetics. So they were told that they will check their blood sugar levels in the morning. So they are not supposed to eat before coming. Because they were not supposed to eat before coming, they were not taking their medications as well. Not just the anti-diabetic medication, the antihypertensive medications too as well. So that could have also been part of the reason why our blood pressures were not controlled at baseline. So we came across a lot of work where clinical pharmacy services or active pharmacist intervention were able to improve knowledge levels of our participants. So if you look at the right bottom corner here, the knowledge levels of our participants at baseline compared to 6 months post-intervention, we can see a significant improvement in their knowledge levels. Even though at baseline the knowledge levels was good, we were still able to improve their knowledge levels significantly 6 months post-intervention. There are other findings that also found positive correlations between knowledge levels and then adherence levels. We can also see at the left bottom that adherence levels of our participants, even though was good at baseline, it was also significantly improved 6 months post-intervention. According to findings from Juan et al. 2024, active pharmacist intervention was able to improve knowledge levels of participants who were hypertensive. It also had a positive impact on adherence level, and it also led to very good blood pressure control. So as we can see up there on the left upper side, systolic blood pressure levels at baseline was significantly improved 6 months post-intervention. And as you can also see here, diastolic blood pressure levels was also significantly improved 6 months post-pharmacist intervention, which was in line with findings from Juan et al. 2024. So in conclusion, our study results suggest that clinical pharmacy service provision significantly improved the outcomes of our hypertensive patients. So it improved knowledge levels, it improved adherence levels, also improved blood pressure control. Our findings indicate that pharmacists could take on more responsibilities when it comes to management of hypertensive patients, and not only hypertensive patients, other patients with other chronic disease conditions too as well. Making clinical pharmacy service provision a necessity in our various government hospitals will also go a long way in improving treatment outcomes of our patients. In fact, as I'm speaking right now, there's some work ongoing at KNUST Hospital. We plan on setting up an MTM and an adherence counseling clinic where we see most patients with chronic disease conditions, and we see the kind of impact we can have on their disease condition. A recommendation is that we hope further research is going to be done beyond the 6 months post-intervention period that we have here to assess the long-term benefits of clinical pharmacy service on hypertension management, and not just on hypertension management, on management of other chronic disease conditions too as well. So I'd like to acknowledge the director of the university hospital for giving us the opportunity to conduct this research work at the university hospital, and also all the university staff, and then my preceptor, Dr. Emmanuel Sarkodie, and all other pharmacists who was involved in putting together this wonderful work. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open for questions, contributions. Questions and contributions. What do we do? It's equal number of questions for each presenter. First three, okay. As many as, okay.
Okay. My questions go for the first presenter. I think that was CKD, right? Okay, one with clinical and another one will be non-clinical. Let me start with the non-clinical. How ethical is it to obtain an ethical approval for a retrospective study? Should I repeat that? How ethical is it? I mean, is it an ethical approval actually, or a permission to conduct research? That's the first one. Now the second one, retrospective study. This has a little bit of a clinical flavor. I mean, the topic has a good flavor, but making pharmacy-related interventions within a retrospective context, making pharmacy-related interventions within a retrospective context, to get what from it? How did the prescribers accept 75%? What interventions actually were they accepting? Majority of those patients who were looking through their electronic flavors, they are 6 feet under. Counseling, adherence, you said this was the biggest thing at the patient level. How did you get all the patients back at home, teaching hospital to counsel them on compliance? I have some other clinical questions, but I'll leave these few ones for you. Can I go with the second one too? Let me finish so I'll sit down. Yes. Second presenter. Okay, then no problem. I'll hold my guns on the second one. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So let me start from the second one. I indicated earlier that it was records review, and there had been an ongoing medication reviews that were done. Findings were discussed with the prescribers. So all these are documented in the patient records. And when we were reviewing the medication records, we found out that yes, the pharmacists, when they go on the ward rounds, they interact, they identify medication-related problems, and they provided recommendations, which together with the prescribers, they accepted and they implemented. So that's how come retrospectively we found out from the patient records that this was what had been done. And it's important we report on it because it will serve as a motivation, an opportunity for us to intensify it. That was how we found out and we reported on the intervention that were done. The other one, because we got ethical approval, we were going to get access to patient records And for us to be able to have in place measures that will not compromise on the confidentiality of the records, we applied for it and it was approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second was my question as well, so I think I'm satisfied. Are you satisfied? Okay, Mark, you want to add to it?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to know, apart from the limitations you identified, did you find the retrospective collection of data or the use of retrospective data as a limitation? And then secondly, did you find any interventions made at the nurses level? Because if you look at the pharmaceutical care network, your classification of pharmaceutical care issues, for levels of intervention, I mean, apart from prescriber and the others, one of them is nurse level interventions. And therefore, I'd like to know what your definition of drug level intervention is. Thank you.
From the nursing level, all we found out was at the prescriber level and at the drug level. At the drug level, we saw things like drug was paused, drug stopped, drug changed, dosage changed, and all of that. Those were the things we found out. Now, when it comes to the limitation, like I said, because it was retrospective, we're just dealing with what we found in the patient medical records. So, interfacing with the patient for us to get or solicit for other drug-related problems, we didn't get that opportunity. And I think that's a limitation which can be addressed in future research works.
I think that could affect the validity of the study. I mean, if you compare this kind of work, if someone did a prospective type of study and you did a retrospective study, do you think that it affects the validity of the findings?
Yeah, so with regard to the prevalence of the MRP that we were looking at, fine, yes, it can affect it. So like I'm saying, it's for us as a baseline thing, for us to know how the situation is on the ground, then we can fashion measures going forward to address or have a targeted pharmacy activity. So it could affect it.
Is it self-developed database or the links or something? So all this has been captured already, that we can always collect retrospective data and analyze. That is a progress. That is if what you are saying is actually so. We can improve upon it such that all the things we've identified can be factored in, even at the point of, improving, if there is any review of the links, and it can be done so that we can, further capture more data to easily interpret. Thank you.
Just a follow-up on, because I wasn't satisfied with your answer. You said it was a 95% prescriber acceptance, right? So what was the reason for the 5 or 4.9 something percent of non-acceptance? Was that also documented in the LIMS? Please give us the reasons.
So clearly, when the pharmacist makes a recommendation, they discuss, they propose and make recommendation to the prescriber. Then they agree that, okay, let's reduce the dose, let's pause the medication because of reduction in, because of the reduction in the renal clearance, all of that. So yes, now the remaining 5%, we do all this based on guidelines. So if the guideline is not so clear, then it becomes a bone of contention and it's not accepted. So those were some of the Those are some of the reasons for the other 5% not being accepted.
Prescriber did not accept. It's documented.
Yes. So, for instance, if we have, so we are looking at acceptance. Now, if the recommendation is made to the prescriber that we want to reduce the dose from 5 milligram to 2 milligram, and it's not implemented, we consider it as a recommendation not accepted. So all these are documented in the links on the patient medication history, which we pick up and report on as such. So those are the reasons.
Well, there could be a few that may be accepted but not implemented. And you can't interpret it all as non-acceptance. Because if I discuss with the prescriber, reduce the dose from 5 to 2.5, okay, but nobody goes to effect the change. It is not changed. It does not mean it was not accepted. So there may be a few, may not be 100%. Anyway, I also want to ask a question. The second presenter, you talked about the pharmacist intervention to improve the management of uncontrolled hypertension. And the main intervention I had, maybe there was something else, was reinforcing the knowledge levels. Is that all that you did? Reinforcing knowledge levels. What exactly about their knowledge did you talk about? If there were other, apart from reinforcing, then please mention it again. Maybe I missed it. But if that's all that you said, what exactly about knowledge levels did you, because we are listening and we are also going to copy the good thing that you've done. So tell us exactly what you taught the educated them about. What knowledge exactly?
So it wasn't just about the knowledge levels. We educated them on the disease condition and its management. We took them through non-pharmacological ways of also managing their disease condition as well. In fact, we also did some drug therapy intervention. We identified 48 drug therapy problems, which we intervened and then solved. So it wasn't just knowledge levels that we improved or reiterated or enforced in our patients. We also did medication therapy monitoring. We did adherence counseling as well.
That's the threshold for initiation of treatment. Maybe we may not do that. But in our various facilities, we can make interventions. We heard that sometimes we may go beyond the things that we normally do if it will save the patient's life. If the patient does not have quick access to a doctor, and you are there, you know that this BP is high, the needs treatment should be initiated. You can make an intervention. Either you start something, quickly refer. If you're in a village or ASCET, you can't just leave the person that you're a pharmacist. And this is why you're saying that with all our specialized training, you should make an impact. So there are sometimes you can make an intervention. So there's initiation of therapy, and then there's target to reach. And then lots of times you don't look at that. We just come in and refill their prescriptions with whether what they are taking routinely is bringing it to target. We don't make an intervention on that. And I think that's one area that pharmacists can really help. When they come to the facility, be it community pharmacy, hospital, especially in the community, you can recheck their BPs and then advise them, you've taken this medicine over and over months, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but this is where the BP, when you go to the hospital, ask your doctor, at my age, 80 years, where do you want my BP to be? Let him know that I want you to get to 140, 90. So that if you are taking the medications and you always check and it's 150, you know that you haven't reached. It's not satisfactory. You are a candidate for complications. So you shouldn't default. If we explain such things to them, I think it will help on the management of uncontrolled hypertension. So threshold for initiation of treatment, targets to treat, treatment targets, where we are getting to, and we know that for different class, for different age groups, there may be different targets. So this one area where we can make interventions, useful information, interventions as pharmacists.
Actually, Auntie Dorcas, you took the air out of my ribs. That was because your presentations smell more like I was expecting to see more clinical pharmacy related interventions. I was actually expecting to see a slide that depicts these are the clinically relevant, these are the clinical pharmacy interventions that have been shown. You mentioned that several studies. Not all clinical pharmacy interventions yield the same level of improved outcomes. So I was expecting you to even categorize them that way. Because just increasing patients' knowledge, it will not take you nowhere, especially in this context. And also, majority of it may be, I mean, that's the beauty of research. It may be that maybe your findings are congruent with some other findings. Because sometimes most of your data, your findings, your percentages are already in the market. Is that the case? I mean, research is beautiful, it can happen. I just wanted to know. But my main question is actually, the topic does not actually reflect what you actually did. I mean, I hope you are getting me. Go clinical, go back to your topic. I mean, if you can do that.
Management of hypertension, the impact of clinical pharmacy services. Yeah.
Do you monitor for any outcomes?
For any?
Do you monitor for that 3 or 6 months outcome? What were the outcome variables you monitored? Well, you're not getting my English.
Outcomes as in the...
I mean, the impact you wanted those services that you didn't mention to have on the patient.
The blood pressure control, that was our primary outcome.
But what were the interventions that were targeted to improve the blood pressure control, apart from the knowledge and...
Improving knowledge and adherence levels. Yes. Apart from those?
Yes.
The drug therapy problems we identified and solved.
But that wasn't part of...
Yeah, we had a limit of just 10 slides. So
but I thought those ones should have been, because to me, those ones produce more clinically relevant outcomes than knowledge. Ricky, I hope you are getting it right.
I get it, yes.
Okay, I'll leave you for now, okay?
All right.
Please. Frimpoma, please, before the one at the back. Frimpoma here, please, before the one at the back. So you give the mic.
Quite a number of the questions have been taken, but presenter one, I saw your population. You said you worked with 216 adults, and then you entered 305 in the system, but you didn't tell us what was the exactly calculated size that you wanted to work with. We know these are ranges, so I didn't get it. The figure you came to, and then you decided to go down to the 216, 305. It wasn't really clear to me, so I wanted a bit on that. And then secondly, I wanted to find out from you, it's like you are reinventing the wheel, if I should put it that way, because your study that you did, I'm yet to come across that. You know, with the MRPs that you did, you said you got it from the system. So immediately you said it, I assumed maybe it's LIMS. But when it comes to the percentage acceptability of the interventions, usually sometimes it's reports we submit, whether it's monthly or I don't know how you do it at your hospital. So that one you are very sure that this was the percentage that you were able to arrive at, the acceptance with the prescribers, because that is also very, very key. So I don't know how you were so sure. Since it's a retrospective study, that's why I have a little bit of doubt, because if it's ongoing, I can just
Thank you very much. So with regard to the population size, 216 of the participants, I mean, the patients qualified per our exclusion, our eligibility criteria. So we went ahead to look at the medical history of all these patients, but we realized that some hospitals were hospitalized more than once, more than 2. So we had 305 unique hospitalization episodes for these 216 patients that we settled on to review their records. So we settled on these 216 patients to review their medical records, and we found out that they had in total 305 hospitalizations. No, the subjects are 216, but because we are looking at the MRPs is not only because of the patient, but because of the case of admission. So anytime a patient repairs to the hospital, an MRP is likely, it's likely to occur. So we looked at the cases of admission of these 216 subjects, who were admitted between the study period. Yes, somebody were admitted twice. Yes. So for a patient, for some of the patients, they had about 7 hospitalizations within the study period. Yes, we added all of them. We added all of them. Then the other point with regard to, I think you made another. Okay. Yes, it was documented in the system.
Patient 1, intervention A, B, C, accepted, or patient 2, or you used your imagination?
No, they were all documented in the links that you can see. And also we have our half-yearly report, our monthly report that we compile as a clinical unit. So we rely on all those to arrive at the prescriber acceptance of the recommendations that were offered by the pharmacists.
Yes, this one goes to the one who presented on hypertension. Yes. I think your slide, you mentioned that the adherence was good, but there was a poor control. So I was like, why is that a medication is not working? But you made mention that your almost about 88% of your patients were having diabetes as well. So my point is that why didn't you exclude them? Exclude the diabetic patients, so you make it solely hypertension without no comorbidity, so that we get the actual interventions, whether your intervention really reduce, yes, whether your intervention improved adherence or whatever, yes. Please, do you get my yeah.
All right, thank you. Considering the fact that 88.8% of them had diabetes, means if we decide to exclude them, then what number of participants will we get for our study? That notwithstanding, blood pressure control also comes with certain benefits, which I think I mentioned some. And then diabetes can also play a role in the development of these disease conditions. Certain blood pressure targets, there are some disease conditions that affect it too as well. If a patient has hypertension and DM, their blood pressure goal will be different from someone with just hypertension. So we considered all those factors when we were giving out the interventions that we were giving.
Okay, can I ask my question? Yes, but before I ask my question, let me help you also answer the last question. Whatever it was, at the analysis stage, they could still cater for the confounding factors. Maybe they didn't do that kind of analysis, but even if some patients are diabetic, your analysis can cater for confounding. So let me ask just a few questions. So first of all, you gave us some figures on how many patients globally are living with hypertension, right?
Yes.
But I didn't hear anything about, maybe I didn't hear prevalence in Ghana, prevalence in the Ashanti region where you conducted your study. And then I think maybe going forward, we should be adopting the word low and middle income country instead of developing country. Your work would then find more relevance in literature. And then I want to know what were the limitations of your study, because you appeared to make a general, in your conclusion, you appeared to generalize the findings without telling us the limitations of your study. So what were the limitations of your study? And lastly, why did you decide on purposive sampling instead of any type of probability sampling? Because you said about 7,000 patients visit the hospital every year. So why did you settle on purposive sampling instead of any probability sampling? Thank you.
data on prevalence of hypertension in Ghana, I saw one from Atibila et al., where it ranges from 19 to 49% across studies. So that was the data on prevalence I saw from Atibila. The second question. Purposive. So we used purposive sampling because we were looking for a specific group of patients with specific characteristics. So patients with hypertension who come to the outpatient hypertensive clinic. So we were not even including our inpatient hypertensives. So that's why we went for the purposive sampling method. So a limitation would be the fact that the study was conducted in just one facility. So then if we generalize it, our generalization might be skewed. So I think that was a limitation to our study.
So I want to find out if the number of antihypertensives the patients were taking before and after the intervention were taken, because that could also impact on the results. And if they were adherent to the medications, it could be that because of they were on more than one or two antihypertensive medication, that is what accounted for the drop in their BPs. And I also want to find out whether the blood pressures that you took, whether they were evenly distributed or not, because in your reporting you reported the mean blood pressures, and you said that those you use the 140/90 as your threshold for being controlled, and from your mean blood pressures for the baseline, they were below 140. It was, I think, 134, and then post intervention was 127. So I want to find out, it will be good to have an idea of the range of the blood pressures. I want to find out if the data was evenly distributed and if it was prudent to have used the mean or not. I don't know if my questions make sense. Okay.
Thank you. So from our data, you could see there was a standard deviation component by how much the values deviated from the mean. So it not only presents a mean value of 134, like you were saying, plus or minus. So that shows by how much. And there could be patients, there could be outliers, patients with BPs as high as 140. Could also have patients with BPs as low as 100. So if you calculate the mean, that could maybe be the reason why we saw the mean value that you saw over there. But then when we took the patients individually, we realized that more than 50% of them end up meet the 140/90 criteria. We did a normality test. Yes. And they passed the normality test. And you asked about the number of medications. So we didn't study the number of medications before and then after. The only thing I can say about the medications now is most of our patients were on the first line medications, which was the calcium channel blockers, the ACI or ARBs, and then the thiazide diuretics.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, just a follow-up question on the question you just asked about the mean. I think if you had used the median, that would have rather been better. Yeah, so it's just like having 20 people having an age of 2. You add them up, that would be 40. Divide by 2, you get 20. and then you go like 20. No. So I think if you had used the median, that would have better represented your population. Now, you said your the subjects had good adherence counseling. They had the information or the knowledge, and yet still the BPs were not controlled. Did you really find out why that was? And then also, did you do any exclusion criteria for those having comorbid conditions who could have affected their BP readings? And then also, if you say the BPs were not well controlled, at the point where they came for the reviews, where you realized they had not taken their medicines because they had not eaten that very morning, did you just take one reading to conclude that their BPs were not controlled, or you took the readings over a period before determining that their BPs were not controlled? At the comorbidities that I was talking about was that assuming that, in our setting, for the physicians, sometimes they go like blood pressures are not controlled, but have you done the differentials? For instance, somebody having an adrenal tumor and you're putting the person on an antihypertensive, you're not going anywhere. Somebody having high levels of cholesterol, definitely you're not going to achieve a good control. So some of these differentials should have been made in order for you to come out with a very good picture. All right, thank you so much.
On the why we do not exclude. Okay, you asked if we check the blood pressures just once. No, we do not do that. According to the ACCHA guideline, you need more than one reading. So we actually took 2 readings, and then we took the average of those 2 readings. Yes. Yes. So the clinic is not just a hypertensive clinic, it's a hypertensive and diabetic clinic too as well. So whenever they are coming for their review, those were the days we see them, and they come for review every 2 months. So anytime they are coming to the facility, yes, they do not take their medications because they are going to check. In between, post-intervention, 2 months, 4 months, there were some of the patients who could not come back to the hospital. There were some that we call them and then take the data. So in between, which is not the baseline, I was discussing the baseline. For the baseline, we met all of them at the hospital, and they had not eaten because they were going to check their sugar levels. So far as they come to the hospital, they check their sugar levels. So I think it will depend on the pharmacokinetic profile of the exact medication that we are talking about. Take something like losartan, onset of action 6 hours, duration of action 24 hours. The patient took it 8 a.m. the previous day. Patient comes to the clinic, it's 10 a.m. 24 hours duration of action has already elapsed. The patient hasn't taken the medication. I think it will have an effect on their blood pressures. There are some with even shorter duration of action.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. I happen to be the supervisor for the work. It was a work for the membership thesis. And the issue about adherence, because adherence can be overestimated. It's a self-reported questionnaire, though it's been validated. And it's a record, so it depends on what the patient is saying. And so having it being overly estimated or adherence being good, but blood pressure not being controlled, that can be one of the reasons. And then that's why what we did was the nurses checked the blood pressure. When they get to the pharmacy, and those who are enrolled in the study, we also check again. And then that is where, so the baseline, we said more than half did not have control. But when it came to the follow-up, the 1 month, 2 month, 3 month follow-up, we realized that we checked the blood pressure, and then we also asked them to check their blood pressure at home. So if they don't have the machine, they go to a community pharmacy, and then they bring the data to us. So we wanted to know how they fared outside the hospital. And so we followed them up with all these things. And then that's why we came to a conclusion that post-intervention, blood pressure levels reduced from the 134 to 127. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm waiting for the totals from but as I'm waiting for the totals, I just want to say a few words about this annual presentations. I think that sometime in 2019 to 2022, I became very depressed when the COVID broke up and all the Africans were just sitting, waiting for the white people to come out with a drug to give us. I went to one of my colleagues' office and I said, it's a microbiologist, can you set up, can we get this virus and set up so that we can try to see what we can get? And he looked at my face, said, oh, my children are very young, I don't want to die. Well, it was a good answer, but I look back in 1980 when we had the outbreak of the HIV, AIDS, and I worked very seriously trying to come out with a drug for pneumocystis with my colleagues in the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. We worked, but we were very careful. And since 2019, I've been advocating that we have to try and come up with our own drugs. And I think we can. And publishing our work in such forums for people to criticize is what makes our work very great. I was impressed with Hassan. Those who were in the other room, he did a very good job. That's my student. And he's done pretty good for himself. Now, in Ghana, most of the research which is done is in the academic institution when they are using it for their promotions. Those who want to become senior lecturer or associate professor, they do research and publish. But if you want to go ahead, we must work on marketable projects that we can sell and make money. And I'm encouraging all those in the institutions, just don't throw acid and bases together, but do work that is meaningful and can get us a drug that we can sell. I have put 3 of them on the market. 2 of them are now commercially available. And if I can do it, I think most of you can do it. So I read through the abstracts that were presented this year. It's getting better. But those who submit your abstracts know that there's somebody behind there who is very critical. And I will look at them. So next time when you are writing them, make sure you do a good job. Just don't bring it because some of them will be thrown away. With that said, do you have the results? Where's Jidaida? Okay. With that said, those who are doing research in the academia, they are being paid by being promoted. Kwame, is that true? Is that enough? I think people, when they do research which should be of use to the country, we should be able to reward them. And that's why I keep asking the college that these people who are presenting, we must find something for them. But the college is a little bit tight with money, but I'll keep encouraging them that from this year, they should give them money. Now, within the last 3 years, I've been working on the herbal plant, which we have isolated a very, very potent broad-spectrum antibacterial agent, which I'm developing with Dr. Latte, and we are sure by next month it will be in the clinic after you have written the patent. And therefore, I think I think those who want to do it, you can do it. If you need help, you can call me. I'm getting old now. I can't do very much. But we should be able to do something for our country and solve some of these problems. And I know the antimicrobial resistance, you'll be very happy when you see my drug. It's more potent than omadacycline. The results are coming. Okay, so we have 2 awards, one for the oral presentation and one for the poster presentation. I have the results for the poster, but the certificate is with my coordinator, and she's not here, so let's wait a little bit. I think that's all I want to say until next year. So once I get the results, the food is ready, and you people can go and have something to eat. Hey. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is.
Good afternoon or evening, colleagues. I've asked permission to just say one word. That all these things, researches and presentations that are going on are very good. But I want to encourage all of us to look beyond Ghana. As I speak now, a lot of jobs are floating in the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Project, as well as the African Medicines Agency Project. Please look beyond here. Go to their websites and apply for them. The East Africans and the Francophone people are taking all the jobs. There are so many jobs there. 2, we are trying to create what is known as the College of African Regulatory Science Professionals. And it is also open. I will continue to update the college and all pharmacists in Ghana as to how this thing is going to go. So those of you who are in drug production and quality assurance and social administrative and so on, please focus your eyes there too. Thank you very much.
Confused. I'm happy, but I'm confused. I mean, Mr. Boktiate heard my plea and feel that yes, we have to reward whoever won this with cash. And actually, from now till next year, I'll be looking for cash that I'll give to these people. So he offered to give us $100 to be given to the people. And being a poor professor, I also gave 200 Ghana cedis. So what we are going to do is that Yvonne will keep the money and divide it and find a way to give it to the winners. Is that fine? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So there are 2 winners. The first one is the oral presentation, which goes to Hassan Kote. Hazan is my project student in the university, and I've had him training him, and he's now at UDS doing his master's. Now, the next award is the best poster presentation, which goes to Stephen Ajay. I think that's about all, and I would like to thank all of you, and I want to thank my coordinator, Gidaida. She's been very helpful, and she's becoming very competent that now I don't have to do much work now. Like the first year, she didn't have much experience, but now she's doing everything on her own. Clap for her for me. Okay, with that, down for the day, so I'll give it to my boss.
Thank you very much, Prof. So please, the winners. I think tomorrow and Friday, the college will close. We are going to sleep. I mean, Thursday and Friday. And since we'll be here tomorrow, Monday, 50. You need the money now. Please, can I get change? You, okay. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Professor. Please, Professor has offered to add $100. And so now we have $100 each. So tomorrow you pick up your money. Hey, Professor, you are getting. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is 1,000.
So ask my, then I had my 200 entered with 200.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Boche. Mr. Boche has also added $100. I think that next year I'll bring my offering bowl. Yeah, so that everybody can put their offering in it. So please, tomorrow. No, we are not changing. We are not changing. The people will get their dollars. But Prof, if you bring 100, then it becomes 300. Then we still have the same problem. Thank you.
So now you have $300.
Professor, maybe you should please come back and also, so please, it means from what we have, We now have $100. Professor, the names again. Hassan, please come. And the person should pray over it. Please pray over it.
What did you say? I should pray over the money, then they have to pay tithe. Oh, it's a blessing. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for the hearts you've touched to bless these ones, to motivate not only them, but all others. That hard work rewards. We pray that this money will inspire them to go higher and higher. And I pray that you will touch sponsors who next year and beyond will even want to commit themselves to rewarding those who will come out as winners. Lump sum money that will keep them moving on. This we thank you for in Jesus' name. Amen.
Come on, no, hold it like this. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Butiate. Thank you, Mr. Boche. Thank you, Mr. Jesse. Thank you so much for your help, for your support. It is now time for lunch. I see that everybody is going for lunch. People, we are hungry. Please, I'm taking your work. So I'll give it to you to wrap up.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the scientific meeting of the 2024 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, panelists, and participants for their valuable contributions and insights. Your engagement and dedication have made this session a resounding success. Now, I'm pleased to inform you that lunch will be served at the foyer. We invite you all to join us for a delightful meal and continue networking and sharing ideas. Thank you once again for your participation. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. And please, we have another session for tomorrow, so please would humbly invite everyone to come. 9 a.m., please. 9 a.m. prompt. Not Ghana man time. 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Okay, so can we kindly pray?